Peace and love and welcome back. I got somebody with me that I respect. Salutes to this sister. You all are familiar with this sister. She be busting heads in the conscious community. With no further ado, let me go ahead and introduce Dulcinea. Salutes to the sister. Thank you for joining me today, sister. This
Thank
is
you
going to
for
be.
having me. Peace, everyone. And if you hear my son in the background, he gets turned up sometimes, but peace and love to everybody in the chat. And thank you again for inviting me for this conversation.
Oh yeah, thank you for being here. And people, if you want to sub up to the sister's channel, it'll be pinned to the top of the chat room for the entirety of the show. So feel free to go over there, sub up, show her some love. She got a bunch of interesting topics, just like what we do over here. I'm sure you'll be interested. So, it's very good to catch up with the sister. Y'all probably remember her from Unscrambled Minds. That was a fire platform, had a bunch of fire interviews, all that. I'm not sure if they still active or whatever, but salutes to all of them. Salutes to this sister. And today, y'all see the title. I'm going to just go ahead and let y'all know what it is. It is about the Stone Mountain gathering of the masters that Brother Rich, I think, orchestrated. And everyone know where I stand on it. So I'm going to turn over the mic to the sister Dulcinea. I'm going to let her take her time. This is not on the time clock, sister. Take your time and just talk to the people about where you stand and why you stand there. And then we'll go from there. Salutes to you.
Yeah, salute, salute. So I would say, as far as where I stand on the Stone Mountain trip, I think that it was a good trip for people to come together, the masses to gather amongst each other and build in fellowship. I definitely can see different contentions with some of the leaders that were there, and I really don't have a perspective really on individual leaders that were there because I don't know much about them. But what I would say, as far as when it comes to the gatekeeper and our people gatekeeping when it comes to the information, I think there's definitely some leaders in the conscious community that are tools of the gatekeeping system for sure. There's no doubt about that. But I think some people are indoctrinated. So I I come from the perspective of trying to separate that, trying to understand where people come from. And for me, myself, being a part of the conscious community and starting from a point that I'm completely different now because I came from a point of just truth seeking and trying to figure out what's the truth when it comes to anything from globe earth to who we really are, our identity. And I kind of had a completely different perspective before. And people like you, Sanchez, in the community really woke me up to the truth of things. So I kind of see others as indoctrinated and believe that they can wake up to the same truth as well.
I concur with that, by the way. I'm not going to excuse my dogs. Let me let them do all of their fussing, and I'll unmute my mic because they might be a bit too loud. But if they get loud, but yeah, I agree with that, and I think that one thing I do is challenge people to get them to that next level. Because someone challenged me when I was in the church. Someone challenged me when I was in a Pan-African mindset. All of those challenges made me go to the research board to try to debunk my challengers, and I found out they had debunked me. But see, I ain't attached to no ideology. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, I'm gonna admit it right now. I like to be right. So when somebody prove me wrong, I bow down to it. Now, I may not bow down at first. My ego may deny it, but then later y'all will hit me and be like, Sanchez, you now saying what the brother was trying to tell you and you rejected it. And I would give the brother the props. So, like, you right. Everything you saying is right. There will be some points of contention where I know we probably clash at. And that's only going to edify the people. One thing I'll throw out there, and we ain't worried about a time clock yet, unless you request it. You can interject and cut me off at any time, Dulcinea. One thing I want to ask you is, because one of the things I said was that I don't think the ancestors are really honored with a lot of the actions of the people that was at that gathering. And I know your stance was, if a person is teaching, you know, quote unquote pseudoscience, that don't necessarily make them an enemy to the ancestors or some along those lines. If you want to expound on that, take your time and break it down to the people.
Yeah, so I can break it down from my personal experience because, like, my dad, he was a historian as well as a computer engineer, and he taught me a lot, but he really, I would say, when coming into this truth, was indoctrinated with the Black Power movement, the John Henry Clarks, the Babylon to Timbuktu. So I learned a lot about that perspective, that we're the lost tribes of Israel and different things like that, that it was kind of hard to become like detached to, especially after my dad's passing, because I honor him so much. But I would say, as far as when I look at him, and I don't look at him at this point of like a pseudo gatekeeper just because of his stances on the information, even though I know, like, if he was still living, he'd probably be against flat earth. He'd probably definitely be about like religion and God and different things like that. So I guess it's just trying to understand where people's perspective of a gatekeeper that is really being a part of the system, and then someone that is just has been indoctrinated. And even if they are, I, I would say, even as a history teacher, I mean, he made good money, but does that make him a gatekeeper because of those facts?
So the question basically can be summarized in this way. If a child don't know what murdering is, and they murder something, are they a murderer? Ignorance of what the action is don't delete the title that come with you manifesting the act. That's one of those things that the universe is just relentless when it comes to stuff like that. In other words, even in a court of law. So, for example, even in the movie The Matrix, it says that your mother could be an agent. Your son can be an agent. Anybody among you can be an agent, whether they know it or not, when they're regurgitating the indoctrination that the Matrix gave us and maintaining the status quo that keep the slaves in the Matrix victims to energy vampires and never rising up to their true potential, so to speak, what Morpheus was, saying. So, unfortunately, and I don't like to look at, my forefathers or a person that I look up to as have doing the agenda of the enemy, but it is as simple as passing down traditions that don't serve us. And that can be from grandmother, for example. If your grandmother passed you down pigtails, chitlins, fried chicken, and your family got high cholesterol, you probably think I'm picking on a person, to come and shake their traditions apart, make the family change. My grandma been eating this, man. There's an emotional attachment. But if I go to tell them, that's kind of what killed your grandmother, they will want to fight me. But that's a point where the truth hurt and we won't get no better, because you're shaking up. It's an emotional attachment to traditional ways. So, to your point, like, yeah, a person can be in these positions that you said and still be serving the agenda of those in power. In fact, that's why the agenda is so strong, alive, and well, and being manifested, because it's an agenda that's embedded into our traditional ways and our upbringing. We were blind initiates of a cult. And the cult have a doctrine that is there to justify its status quo, repetitive way of doing things every generation, even though if it ain't working. That's what cults do. Cults have traditions and rituals, and they don't change them. They keep them going even if they don't serve no one but the people at top. But that's why they keep them going, because the people at top know that if these things stay the same and don't change, they can predict the results, which is a transfer of power. Salutes to my sister Dulcinea. I think this gonna be more of a discussion than a debate. We ain't forcing any debate, but you guys will be edified today. And sister, if you wanted to bring in any interjections or points, go right ahead, and I can throw some more stuff out there that I think would be valuable.
Of course. And I had another thing as far as wanted to get your opinion on, because when it comes to this consciousness community and people waking up and comparing it to a lot of us have an upbringing into Christian values, like our grandparents, our parents, and different things like that. What I would say is a lot of these conscious people, though they're aware, I don't necessarily see them all as like on a good path with the ancestors and spiritual. And I can see someone as indoctrinated as like way more spiritual when it comes to like the fruits of the spirit, loving, harmonious, and different things. And some of these conscious people are evil. So what do you say about that as far as like people being attached to the ancestors, and even if they are Christian or have different values that our ancestors didn't have, they're just better people?
Well, the concept of being a better person moral wise versus our people being in a position we is social economically, at the bottom of society, I would say that it's never been a moral issue with getting our people to liberation in this world, because the people that's at the top are so evil, it's pitiful. I'm talking about, I can go to naming stuff that these people do that'll make you vomit right now. They're so evil, right? So when it comes to morality, I don't think too many people can compete with us, because we had to be taught evil for real. You look at a lot of things we do, we learned them from barbarians. We wouldn't like that way in antiquity. So I don't think morality was never a thing that was holding us back. I think the number one thing that's holding us back right now is ignorance. We don't want to think of anything new other than what the slave master gave us. That's just my theory. We like our indoctrination, our traditional way of thinking. And so,
Yeah, that's very true. So one of your points that you were making as far as the Stone Mountain trip was the KKK and different people that have used that energy and transformed it into evil, and we need to take that energy vortex back for ourselves. And you were talking about them having the Confederates that are carved in, and us taking it back by, degrading that carving and really representing what our ancestors did. So my question to that is, if our ancestors had that energy vortex for thousands of years, like how can one meeting of the KKK and carving change all that as far as what our
okay,
ancestors established there?
I got you. Our ancestors don't own a vortex that's at Stone Mountain. What I was teaching was something called sigil magic, in the form of teaching people about sigil rocks. I'll show you a couple of them real quick. Hold on a second. I'm gonna share with them your channel link as well so they can find you over here. But yeah, here go the thing, guys. Sigil rocks. You could take a rock, right? You can mark that rock with a sigil. You can carve the sigil into the rock like you see here, or you can simply draw it on right here. What we looking at is the foundation of what the gangbangers do. They call it tagging. And this was used to show territorial spaces, sacred spaces. It meant this was a person's altar. A person went here to channel a certain energy. Maybe someone loved one died here. We do vigils and stuff. But the thing is this, rocks record energy. Rock, which is why hieroglyphs, carving on rocks, drawing on stone, right? This is how you pass information down through ages, carving into stone. One thing that we see with Stone Mountain is that the slave masters who tagged that rock was using the same concept of a gangster today. They was marking their territory, but the concept of this form of tagging that we see in Stone Mountain right here is spiritual as well. That means that the men who passed away and died, their spirit still have a connection to this mountain because of this carving. This is what the pharaohs did in Egypt too. They did colossal stone structures of men faces. You will see huge carvings of the pharaoh. You will see huge carvings of Olmec heads. It's the same thing at Mount Rushmore. Carving in stone is a spiritual act. What this wasn't, Stone Mountain didn't have one gathering of the KKK. It has a whole history that goes damn near 100 years of white supremacists using this rock as a location, a ceremonial spot, a vigil spot, all of that to honor what they've done as crusaders to rise up to the top in this land. So it was before white supremacists was there and had claimed the spot. Of course, all of this land belonged to us, not just Stone Mountain. Everywhere, they can't step a foot that ain't ours, right? This go beyond Stone Mountain. But the thing that I'm pointing out here with with spiritual energy, that this is a ritual. The only way you can erase this energy and this vortex, this connection that the KKK have to this rock with their ancestors is I would love to see the people of Georgia do some protest that's worth something. Let's restore this rock back to nature. This is hate vandalism. If you, like I said earlier, Dulcinea, if we went up there and carved Khalid face on the other side, they'll scratch heels out and say, hey, that's racism, that's division. When these are clan leaders. So it's the act of just reclaiming it. Like you said, it is ours, I agree. Which is why I say it should be reclaimed with a spiritual ritual. What better than scratching that shit out? Hello.
Right, and I totally agree with that as far as anything that they try to claim or lay claim over as if it's not ours or hasn't been here for thousands of years, especially things that are natural, like when we have this man-made or these men coming in and changing what is in nature. I think that's wrong altogether, whether they KKK or not, really, because you're defacing what is something that you didn't make, that you could never make. So when we have, the Bible says when 3 or more are gathered, I will be in the midst. And you have those masses outside of the leadership that was there, but they're all coming for different things to connect with their ancestors, to connect at a different level. I guess what do you say to that? Do you think that those people could come and experience something greater than in the actual, I guess, the bad energy that's there?
Yeah, to that scripture, when 3 or more are gathered. 3 or more dummies showing up in the room ain't gonna manifest a genius moment. Meaning that there has to be a gathering of the minds other than just the bodies, because we have not united our minds collectively to come together and challenge each other mentally and to connect mentally by taking down the walls of division that comes from all of our indoctrination. Whether you may be a Muslim, your homie may be a Christian, you may be a light-skinned black man and your homie may be a dark-skinned black man. Y'all may argue about which skin color was first because he think the planet was just all dark guys. It's so many lies in science that have divided us. And that's all part of agenda, and these walls of division will stay up unless we challenge each other. Because you know what I'm saying? That's really the only way. It ain't division, is unity. We coming together. We just don't have the same mind, so that we'll be like me and you doing now. But see, the thing is this right here. When 3 or more are gathered and all of them telling lies about being abducted by aliens and that we come from pharaohs and Kemet and all that, our unity, our quantity of bodies being present at a location will never be a shortcut for the fact that there's a lot of ignorance in our community. So like you were saying in your video, you agree with me that there is a lot of pseudoisms out there plaguing our people. So it don't matter if we have 1 million men gather in Washington, D.C. If they all believe in a mothership coming back to save them, which is what Farrakhan teach, then they will never still connect with their ancestors, because the barrier in between us and our ancestors are lies that we've been told. And until we challenge our indoctrination in those lies, we can come together deep and clicked up in numbers all we want to. Bloods and Crips do that every day. It ain't evolving them spiritually.
Okay, yeah, I definitely get that. I do have a question about, like, so let's say for instance, if you were there and you have all these people that have these different beliefs, but now you have this energy, you're all connected, and then you can actually teach different things about what the ancestors teach. And do you think those downloads would be different if someone that has a different aspect than all the pseudoisms, and in a place like that that has that energy where other people could leave converted or open to the truth after that?
Rephrase it a bit more for me. Smile. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So you have the different leaders, you have the people that teach the pseudoisms, but you're there as well. And you teach from your perspective, which is the connection to the ancestors and the ancient cosmology that is going to reconnect people to their actual ancestors. Do you think that makes a difference as far as having you there, as far as to have a different perspective that could really change the people's mindsets?
I don't think it's really about, you see, you don't gotta have me there if you just got genuine black men there that want the truth. Let's say, okay, Sanchez got the truth. Let's hypothetically speak. I know I got the truth, but I'm gonna humble myself. I'm gonna say let's say I got the truth, right? And like you said, if I'm there to share my truth at places where there are a bunch of different pseudoisms, right? Will that now benefit the area? Will that now make the gathering somehow? Will it sanction it? No.
Right.
Yeah, it would. It won't, because listen, think about it. Let's say I got the truth and them brothers don't. The question would have to now go to what kept y'all from seeing the truth. We got to diagnose this blindness, because it ain't just y'all. There's a lot of more pseudoisms out there and all of these big black organizations. It ain't just the church. We can go from the Wapians to everybody, man. You know, everyone missing the mark and disconnected. So, and I think that it's this right here. I'm going to diagnose it with a closed-minded syndrome, cognitive dissonance. No one want to give up tradition for truth. They don't want to swap that. It's psychological. Even science proves it, that we like patterns. Even if the patterns don't serve us, they're more comfortable to our paradigm.
Yeah. It definitely can be more comfortable than going against the grain, especially when you see, like I was mentioning in the video, like that side is filled with our people for real. Like they follow these leaders by the thousands, and they love hearing the alien, Anunnaki, I was abducted, and different things like that. So what would you say is the best way to, I guess, affect the people in the right direction to being like, this isn't going to connect us to our ancestors, so we need to go a separate way, but they are followers of those like Billy Carson. What do you say to do as far as in that point?
Quit following people. One thing we got to learn to do is be leaders. It's okay to watch a person's content, but when you follow a person, that's a different mentality. I watch this person, anything you say about them, I'm going to defend them. It's a cult now. And that's a fine line between just being an adult, getting information online that serve you, than just now becoming part of this cult following. Now, and I think that's what the Billy Carsons of the community represent. Because let me break down simply what a cult is. A cult is a gathering of minds based upon one man's experience that everyone else in the cult got to believe in, because ain't no facts for it. So the cult leader will say something like, I contacted aliens from Saturn, and they gave me secrets of the universe that no man can unravel. And all of his followers will have to say, yes, Lord Kumatash, you are the one that contacted the aliens, and they abducted you to the planet Vagabond and gave you knowledge that no man can decipher. And they will follow Lord Kumar and his story about aliens. And they can't prove that the nigga was abducted by aliens, but they'll swear by it and defend it. You know, Billy Carson following believes his abduction stories. They accept the ideology of beings that they haven't proven based upon one man's experience. And anybody go against it, just like a cult, they will meet you with resistance. You know what I'm saying? Aggressive resistance. So I don't really tell people something I went to a personal belief, right, that I went through and they can't go through it, and because of that you should follow me and listen to me. And I see a lot of other people doing that and creating cults, not only in the white community but the black ones too. So I could go through a long list of men that got these bizarre stories and these weird followings that believe in these bizarre stories.
Yeah, that's true. I would say because it's kind of human nature. There's like even the thought process of the 5%ers, right? I think that's based on that there's gonna be different people that aren't followers, but that's not the masses. The masses do want to follow something or somebody. And that's a hard thing to break out of people, because people want to have a leader. People want to be taught. People don't necessarily want to stand on what they research on their own. They want someone else to be like, here it is. So that's where it makes it easier for people to come in and be like, hey, I'm a teacher, I'm a leader, follow me, I have the truth. And then they're teaching Anunnaki, or they're teaching all these other pseudoisms to the community, and they're eating it up.
They're eating it up because ain't nobody challenging it until Sanchez came. So I'm going to bring up some more stuff from the video. I'm going to create a poll. Should the panel be opened up at the end for callers to critique the discussion? I'm going to start a poll and we'll get your final approval on if you want to do that or not. But
yeah, I don't mind.
Okay. We'll do that at the end. So do you think that in order to, hold on, let me see. Do you think that it makes sense, let me say, for black people to honor their ancestors in locations that was all, like the Klan had this, they gathered here for certain rituals and stuff to honor their masters? We're gathering at this place. They're calling it the gathering of the masters, which is a red flag to me. Who are you honoring? Because our ancestors don't even agree with words like master. For that to be a master, there got to be a slave. Which one were my people? We wasn't the slave masters, right? So the masters gathered at this mountain. The slave masters, they gathered here. So when they call it the gathering of the masters, it's so backwards to me, because the masters that gathered here for their purposes was way different than ours. Like, we can honor the way that we honor our ancestors at this spot again is to, ain't nobody raised hell about getting this removed. Didn't they take down the racist statue in the other state? I forgot what state this happened. There was a statue there. But my whole thing.
There was a few of them, but I think you're talking about the man that did, that's called the father of gynecology or something. The one that was having surgeries on women, right? And they took his statue down on Black women.
Yeah. That could have been it. I ain't gonna, yeah.
But there are multiple, so there was, but I remember they really fought for his to come down, and his came down. But I guess my question to that, well, first, because I made a preference to that in the video, because like if we look at it, not even just Stone Mountain, if we look at the mounds, if we look at the pyramids, we've been so disconnected from these places that white people have been the people that are going to visit the pyramids. White people have been the people that are going and visiting the mounds or anything like that. So you don't see it as no form of awakening that Black people are now going to these places that have been only white people for so many years, and they're really ours.
I mean, why are we going there? We're going there because we want to honor our ancestors in a spiritual way. Now, here's the thing. When the clan member go there to honor his ancestors, he literally, this is like a big tombstone rock with his ancestors' face carved into it. So if we gonna go there to honor our ancestors too, if we want equality, like everything, when the white man had his water fountain, we wanted ours. Okay, if that's the truth, let's carve our shit into it. Don't they got rocks with military soldiers' names all in it? See, who can stop you if racist white man was able to carve their faces into it? Who can stop you? Now, my whole thing is this right here. I was bringing up how racist white men are on a power trip. It's a symbolic power trip because they're saying this is our location. We're going to mark it by carving into the wall, and I dare anybody else to try to claim it by marking it. Now, we can go there and say, well, it's ours too. Well, then do what they did to it, because when they went there and said it's mine, they etched their face into it. Like I said, gangs do this all the time. A gang will go into the rival territory and put their gang sign and put the tag and graffiti up in their area. And if that gang don't cross it out, that's a sign that we just took this area and you too scared to tag this, our symbol out. You've bowed down. It's a form of speaking. This is how they're speaking to the black man in the South. And when I don't know about anybody else, when you're in Stone Mountain area, I feel a huge spirit of white supremacy in the air when I'm in these places with stuff like this.
Now, when you emphasize the Confederacy, is it that you feel like that white supremacy in the air is due to the Confederacy, or would you feel the same if it was like Abraham Lincoln that was carved on the mountain?
Abraham Lincoln didn't free the slaves. He just made slaves free. So when I see the Lincoln Memorial, I see a small hat with his black top hat on, his black pilgrim outfit, his beard, and y'all think he one of us and he freed you. See, Abraham Lincoln didn't free slaves, he made slaves free. So what that means is that the slave masters was ordering and they was auctioning off slaves for a price. Abraham Lincoln created a free market. He told his brothers, listen, if we set the slave free with no shoes on his feet, he'll come knocking at your door and we don't got to bid and pay for slaves, and we don't choose them, we'll just let them choose us. That created the modern day way of niggas going to seek employment at a job. Companies don't come to you. You show up with your resume, your paperwork, and that's what slavery happened. What happened was you used to have white men who walked around with tons of papers, keeping stats on slaves, how much he can lift, how fast he can run. You know, they had to update the stats, do PT tests like the military, so when they auction them off, you know what you're getting. It was a very complicated market. It also caused division among the slave masters because auctioning made them compete with each other on some ego and cocky shit. Oh, you think you can outbid me? And you know, it caused a lot of enemies, you know, getting outbidded. Abraham Lincoln was the man that transformed what slavery looked like. He said, if we do it this way, they won't even know that they even slaves. They'll think they free when really they just don't cost nothing. See, when they said that the slaves are free, they were saying you don't gotta pay for these niggas. Like the candy on that shelf, that's free. Take one. See, my thing is this right here. A free slave is an oxymoron because if you free the man, he ain't a slave no more. That went over our head.
And yes, I agree. I was going to bring up that, when it comes to the Civil War, it's not so black and white because the people that own my family, they end up fighting for on the side of the Union. And before that, they were on the side of George Washington in the Continental Congress and it being the Union of the United States. So when we look at our ancestors, we have our ancestors fighting for both sides. What do you feel about that when you see like black people that are fighting on the side of the Confederates and black people that are fighting on the side of the Union?
We always had ancestors that was working with the enemy. And you fighting on either side, you ain't fighting on your people's side. Y'all just two groups of niggas divided by two slave masters who said, listen, slaves, we're going to war because if he mad, we mad. If he's sick, we sick. We're like a drone army. And you had slave masters on both sides. If they go to war, they slaves go to war. You got black men fighting for causes that ain't gonna benefit neither one of them. Both groups is like Democrat, Republican. The Democrat or Republican don't care nothing about us. But you got black folks that formed an alliance with both of them different groups of slave masters who beefing with each other, and now them black folks beefing with each other. Ain't nothing really changed when you really open up your eye and third eye and see the world from this perspective. You'll see ain't shit really changed.
Exactly. I see it as the same of just basically what we do today. We we are just trying to find what's going to be the best way of life and being like what's better for it, and it's like the lesser of two evils, but it's still the two evils going back and forth. So like you had all these people that were, some of them were like, oh, Kamala Harris is the lesser, some of them are like Trump is the lesser. So it's just this fight back and forth, but our ancestors still are part of the fight, just like we are today, of just trying to figure out
Well,
what's the best way to move forward.
a person that joins the enemy ain't your ancestor. They're your enemy. See, my thing is this right here. You can say, well, that's your great, great, great granddaddy. But if your great, great granddaddy had an agenda to exterminate you and all your people, and he had did a deal with the devil, he ain't just your great, great, great granddaddy. Before he enter that, he your damn enemy. First, at that point, the moment your great, great, great ancestor join an alliance with the people that is waging war with you mentally, physically, and spiritually, then them being your enemy now outweigh them being your ancestor. And now you gotta treat them like an enemy and not like an ancestor.
But is that their real intent? Like, think about how many people sided with Trump just on the fact of all these illegal aliens that were allowed in here, as far as and taking all this money and and
I get,
fortitude, them giving
I
all these
get it.
apartments and jobs. Like, people are just trying to do what's best. Are they really trying to just be an enemy by standing by Trump? Or are
Okay,
they trying
so
to do
here's
what's
the
best for their
thing.
family?
If a person just trying to do what best and they always going to the enemy that they complain about to tell them what's best for their group and they get misled, tell me that ain't the definition of insane. If a person say, I'm voting for the lesser evil, but I'm mad that I don't get the greater good, that's like saying I keep pinching off a little bitty pieces of shit, but I'm mad it ain't turned into a pile of gold yet.
I I definitely understand, but I don't see us having another option right now, especially if
You
we're
don't?
not coming together in a large group to change anything. How is there any other option but the
I
lesser of
got you.
two
Watch this.
evils?
Watch this. Think about this. You saying the only options we got is to form an alliance with two groups that equally want to exterminate us because we won't work together. But we can work together with the two groups that want to exterminate us. So let me just let you just think about what I'm saying, what you saying, right? You saying black people don't have no problem working with the slave master that's leading them into war to blow each other up to smithereens. They just have a problem working together. So that right there shows you our problem, and the solution is in that problem, which is we need to learn to work together. Because even when the slave masters are divided, they still united. They'll go to that United Nations table and argue and fight all day. But they're going to send their slaves and militaries to do the fighting for them while they drink tea and coffee at the United Nations headquarters. And they may patch things up, but they only lost a couple of casualties in war that they ain't loyal to anyway. Those people loyal to them, and they're all disposable dummies. That's how the people at top look at us. I'll let my cow go for it. The slave masters say this, oh, we beefing? Let's have a chicken fight tonight. Bring your chicken, I'm gonna bring mine, and whoever chicken win, that's who get to do whatever we was beefing about. You wanted to build a well right here. I didn't want you to build a well right here. If my chicken win, we building that well. So it become, if my baseball team win, right? If my military win, because the people at top don't go to war. They send their minions to do it. We dying for causes that don't benefit us. And we've been doing it ever since the Civil War that you brought up. We even doing it on a political level with the Democrats and Republicans, aligning ourselves with parties that don't have none of our end goal in mind, which is why we call it the lesser evil. And the crazy thing about the lesser evil, when you think of a group of people that can't work with each other, when all of them got the same problem, they got the same common enemy, but they can work with the enemy directly. You telling me this group of people can go and work with the enemy that's trying to exterminate them, but they can't work with the brother next to them that got the same enemy they got? Even when these two political parties is arguing on a political level, they both agree that they need to exterminate us. They just don't agree how. And we choosing a side saying, no, you should do it this way, you should do it that way, bassa. How do you think we should reduce your population? Well, get the immigrants out. Well, man, either way it go, they got a depopulation agenda, not just for the immigrants, but for us too. We talking about get immigrants out, but the immigrants can make the same argument that black people make. We been here. We was here before you. And they would be telling the truth. The same people that's kicking the immigrants out, declassified them by law like they did to us, mislabeled them, right? When they are the pirates here that had established power in a land where they are the foreigners to it. So the thing about what I'm saying is this right here. You know, when we say we've been here, they say you was brought here during the transatlantic slave trade. And guess when white people get mad at black people, and because black people complaining about America, Guess what white folks tell us? Go back to Africa. And I be like, bro, I never came from Africa, but that's what they say. They tell black people, drop a one if you heard them say that. Well, then go back to Africa. They tell us that. So if they telling you right there when they mad, go back to Africa, they thinking of you just like they thinking of them immigrants. We can kick your butt up out of here. Because they looking at it like this is our land. And you can go if you don't like it. That's some ego. That's some power. They telling, look, we doing it this way, and if you Negroes don't like it, take your butt back to Africa. And they told these people that before they made them go back. They told them, you don't like it, go back to your land. Now they making you go back. Now, we don't think we can get deported, but you can. Like, we think that the slave master love us or something. Like, they need us. They can't deport us. Why? If they wanted to, they can.
Well, I would say there is a need, but maybe even a want, because, I mean, why would they send their biggest consumer force outside of here?
When they replace you with AI?
But would AI be a consumer force for them?
They ain't gonna need it no more, because think about this right here, right? In the future, everything is just gonna be on some digital. What they trying to do right now is get everybody to transition to this digital government. Now, I'm not finna go to sci-fi land, tinfoil hat land, but when the Bible talk about the mark of the beast, this is a new form of currency and government where people will do everything digitally. Will be hooked up to an internet of things, a huge digital grid. China's kind of already there. But my whole thing is this right here. In order to get us there, right, all of this stuff right here got to transpire. In order to get us to this next level, what some call the New World Order, we got to go through this little phase that you see right now. I'm going to sum up what I'm saying. I don't want to be too long-winded. I'll expound on it some more, though.
Yeah, so let's go back, but use this example as far as for the question. So, like, say I'm in STEM, I'm working on behalf of the people that are a part of this agenda as far as of getting this AI, this artificial intelligence in, but I'm doing it to better my family as far as it generations to come. Are you saying that my descendants should see me as an enemy? And do you see that my descendants can use my intelligence to fight back if they call upon that?
Okay, let's say my granddaddy worked for Smith & Wesson. And Smith & Wesson just built 500,000 rifles. And those 500,000 rifles led slave masters into combat to kill tribal people in the jungle. Now, hear me out. Let's say my great-grandmama, great-granddaddy, all of my family, your family, Dulcinea, worked for Smith & Wesson. We helped Smith & Wesson make 500,000 rifles, and then now the European army go into some jungle and slaughter up a whole tribe. Are we enemies to that tribe?
Well, our ancestors would definitely be enemies of that tribe, for sure.
So, yeah, they ain't gonna need human soldiers in the future. They're gonna have artificial intelligence that can do things no soldier can do. And just like they're gonna have artificial intelligent artists, AI music artists, singing notes that'll make Mariah Carey envious. This stuff gonna get to the point where they're gonna replace you by copying your very soul. What do I mean? They're programming AI by studying us, and they can replicate everything we do, how we do it. And they can put that into an actual avatar or a body that's physical. This is the future. They're trying to replace us with AI, and even Elon said that 75% of the workforce would be AI by 2075. So ain't no need of being mad at Negroes who's standing outside the Home Depot, because that's who we mad at when they kicking these immigrants out. You mad at people that's picking fruit in California. You know how hard that work is? Black folk, but see, they got robots that can pick the fruit now. They got robots that can vacuum your house, so they don't need cleaning services. Guess who do all the cleaning services? The people from South America, the immigrants. Guess who got a monopoly on all of the farming, the hard work with raking up the hay bales in the sun, picking the fruit, all that hard ass work when we go to the supermarket so that we can enjoy the produce and all that. That's cheap labor from immigrants. They don't need the immigrants no more because they got robots that can pick apples. Y'all go look it up on YouTube. I swear to God, they got robots that can do everything we needed cheap labor immigrants to do. And now that Trump and Elon working together, Trump want to give Elon this big ass contract to replace the workforce. But first they got to get rid of the immigrants because they finna give that to Tesla. It ain't like they finna get rid of the immigrants and give them jobs to black people. We don't even want them jobs. Those are all gonna be AI. And guess what? Then it's gonna invade into your workspaces and they gonna start replacing you. Once AI can do what you doing, you're gonna be gone. Elon said humans ain't gonna be working in the future. We'll be spending most of our time exploring parallel universes with Neuralink on.
Yeah, it's like Black Mirror coming. So with all that being said, what do you say the ancestors are calling upon us to do?
Reconnect with them and open our minds, rise above the indoctrination that the enemy programmed into us, see the black leaders that's put in front of us for who they are, imposters to maintain the status quo because of these same people been in that same position for decades and it has gotten us nowhere. Then everyone know that we should audit our leaders now. What does it look like? It look like children like Sanchez coming onto the earth, and that's gonna be many more young brothers rise up, and they ain't gonna connect with the old generations. They gonna rise against them because they failed us with no remorse. It'll be different if they admitted that, damn it, each generation getting worse and worse because the older folks ain't do nothing to fucking get the next generation to the next level collectively. They all thought individually, and they all worked with a different slave master to enrich themselves. They didn't care that they each had a job that was helping the slave master go and enslave another person too. Just like I said, if your granddaddy worked for Smith Wesson, he's saying, I'm making these guns to feed my family. How I'm doing something wrong? I got a good job with Smith and Wesson, but you the enemy to the ancestors who those guns are gonna kill. You're indirectly doing it, like a person hitting a button from miles away and dropping a bomb on innocent women and children. And they can say, but I was in the military. They can have all of these workforce ass excuses to excuse why I was feeding my family. That's the ancestors ain't respected none of that. You were selfish and you worked with the enemy to carry out his agenda on some can't beat him, join him type shit. And it's just not gonna be respected by the ancestral spirits.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying with that. I definitely see another side to it though as well of what if, like, now we can definitely say we can see the intent. We can see where people are trying to do certain things. So like there's no question if you're working on the side of Neuralink, like what good do you even see coming from it? But when we talk about some of our ancestors that may have, like you said, worked on the side of Smith and Western, if they thought that this was going to help them protect their land and then it didn't go as intended, I mean, what then if their intentions weren't what happened?
So I'm gonna give an example, right? Let's say, um, Dulcinea, let me ask you a question real quick. Do you believe in the out of Africa theory? I'm just gonna make a quick example.
No.
Okay, let's say that you had a particular lecture you was doing on your channel and you was trying to elevate your people and make them challenge the out of Africa theory. And all of these college professors started joining your show, attacking you, telling you how dangerous you are for teaching against your African ancestors and how dare you go against this theory when you know we all come from the motherland. I was a Pan-African, and guess what I can say? My intentions was good. I was one of those Pan-Africans that would tell a Dulcinea, you just ain't proud of your African roots. And I would, no matter what you said to me, Dulcinea, I would close my mind and just say you full of self-hate. You don't like your nose, your mouth, and all that type shit. That's what I was doing. And I see people still doing that. When now that I'm woke and I know the truth, hey, we didn't all come from Africa. I questioned the transatlantic slave trade. Dane Calloway taught me a lot of stuff. Shout out to him too. You know what I'm saying? And it just made me say, ain't no way. And I remembered that my mama, my grandmother, all of them had always, they never had an out of Africa theory. They always told us we've been here, we Indians and all that. But anyway, to get back to my point, those people got good intentions. They trying to connect you to your roots, but guess what? They don't know. Them ain't your roots. So they disconnecting you from your roots like a tree. The tree need its roots. It can't grow. So it don't matter your intent. You killing that tree. And even though you mean good, you watering it with gasoline. And my thing with the leaders that's in charge, Dulcinea, they've been watering these trees with gas so long, seeing them die, that they ought to say, wait a minute, should we do something different? But this watering with gas process is tradition now. And we so used to it now. And we know the trees ain't gonna grow, but we don't change what we watering them with. When I say, hey, maybe this gas ain't what we need to pour on them seeds. Boy, be quiet. My grandma used this gas. My uncle used this. And it don't matter if the trees don't grow. It's tradition. I'm going to keep doing it because they did it. And anybody try to change this pattern, you going against the ancestors when really I'm trying to reconnect you with them. Your enemy came and invaded these lands and told you to water them seeds with gas. Your ancestors knew to use water. So, but you've been watering them gas with so long because you was born into indoctrination. I hope that little scenario makes sense to y'all in the chat room.
Yeah, I think it definitely makes sense as far as the scenario. Let me give you another one as far as like, because when I look at you, I can see you as something that is from the ancestors, divine from this time period. But if I look at what you're saying now, and maybe even if you came in like the 90s or the 80s, not to say that you wouldn't make the impact, but I would say that a lot more people wouldn't be ready for the things that you're saying. So everything happens in divine timing. So for instance, if someone like say your ancestor was John Henry Clark, you wouldn't necessarily be teaching the same things as John Henry Clark, but couldn't you call upon his essence as far as to just be like able to talk to the people, how to teach the people, how to galvanize the people under your message, even though it's a different message?
See, it ain't even about the fact. See, I think what you're asking me is if a person is spewing a bad message out of ignorance and I come along with the truth, but that person is my ancestor, does that make them an enemy of my truth, so to speak?
Right. Yes.
It does. That don't mean they ain't my ancestor and I don't love them. It just mean when I try to go out there and reconnect the people with the truth, like the movie The Matrix said, your cousin may go against what you're doing. Your brother, your mother, because they got these traditional concepts which are based that the slave master gave us, whether it be Christian, capitalism, politics, that one of those that we all been bit by them all. And anything outside of all of those aspects is like it's another language to them. Like we can't fathom another type of paradigm, and that's what the ancient had. They had some very foreign to all of the paradigms they indoctrinated us with under Abrahamism. And that's why we push back at it so much. It's the most unique thing in concept because it is the truth in a world of lies, which makes it very unique. And you know, when you bring that, people it's uncomfortable, all that, like flat earth, for example. But let me pass you the mic back. Like what you said, we didn't all come from Africa. These common viewpoints that they have put out there to the in scientific racism, historical racism, anybody challenging them, the so-called experts will, you know, come try to sun you, the modern day Pharisees and Sadducees. Go ahead.
Yeah, and like you were saying in that example, I've definitely heard that you hate yourself, you hate your nose, you hate your looks and everything, you hate your skin tone.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where I was getting my perspective of just different times of people coming in as far as it. That's why I said like in the 80s and 90s when all of our families, well, I won't say all of them, but a large majority of our families are very Christian. They're very much so. You got up every, I'm guessing Sunday, Wednesday, the first and third Sunday, you went to double services like me and different things like that. So imagine trying to say, oh, your ancestors didn't believe in those things or they were into flat earth or anything. They would probably laugh you out of the building. Like, what are you talking about? But now in this awakening in this time of the Aquarius, now it's something that's accepted. Now we can question it for whatever reason that we question it. And really accept that when we do the research, our ancestors were saying that the earth is flat. They were giving us the cosmology that you talk about, and I know that you're the expert on. So it's just about, for me, as far as the divine timing of everything, and things happen when they're meant to happen. But I definitely understand what you're saying about being like an enemy to the ancestors, and you're taking people away from that, when you're taking people away from their roots. It's just, I don't know where indoctrination stands in that thought process.
Yeah, you know, and for the, you know, we agree on a lot of stuff too. I just want to point that out before we move into full, you know, move forward. We're at the 1 hour mark. Whenever you want to, I guess, let people come in, we can allow callers to come in one at a time to critique the topic, the title, and the whole discussion. But it's something else I want to ask you about real quick though. When I said that it was some Boule energy at Stone Mountain, do you know what the Boule is, like on a deep level?
Well, to me, I compare them to the Masonic ties, the Boule. So they're the people that look like us, sound like us, that are put in certain positions to keep us from the truth. They're basically the gatekeepers, the ones that withhold resources, withhold knowledge because they wanted us to be at a certain place. And when I think of the Boule, I think of their main objective was for us to not feel any kind of ties to this land that we're from.
And so, like when I said that the people that was out there at Stone Mountain, they have a lot of principles that's founded in fraternal orders, Freemasonic orders, Eastern Star orders, you know, mysticism. These people like to mystify everything. They muddy the waters. And like when Billy Carson comes out to anybody that tries to challenge the globe earth, or first of all, remember now that you see the part when I showed the receipts that Billy Carson is contracted with NASA.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Okay, now a lot of people may think, well, what's wrong with that and all that? Well, people don't understand that NASA is a fraternal order. Now, they see it as a space program and all that, but NASA is the modern day Pharisees and Sadducees proclaiming the knowledge of the heavens and saying that they have the knowledge of the heavens because they've ascended up to the heavens. And think about this now. What are astronauts saying? Most of them are Freemasons, 85%. Most all astronauts are Freemasons, every last one of them down there. Now, these people are telling everybody the earth is a globe, but if you pull up Freemasonic cosmology, it's a flat earth, and they know the truth. But it says in the Bible that serpent deceived the whole world, and NASA in Hebrew means deceive, and they got the symbol of the serpent. I'm just saying the Bible say no flesh and blood can enter the kingdom of heaven, but they've convinced the world that man has been to the heavens in the flesh. When all the ancestors said we enclosed in a dome, you can't get out of here without an out-of-body experience and a kundalini rising, as what some called it. They call that pseudoscience today, but they are saying that alien abductions are real, Dulcinea. You see the war against the ancient flat earth spiritual system? Because the ancestors taught us the way out of the earth, which is to master yourself. These people are teaching us that the way out of the earth is to believe in space programs to get the technology right. And they said we will all leave the earth one day when they master this rocket science. But before they master rockets going to space, they will master brain-computer interfaces which is transporting the consciousness out of the body and uploading it into external sources. This is a real science. So just think about that. Elon said that before humans can go to space, they will have to practice. And we don't have the money to train all these humans in a real space environment like we do with astronauts today, which is where Neuralink gonna come in, he said, because you can just upload your mind into a simulated space environment, train tons of people before we ever go to space, and now we can train the next. Now think about that. So we can go to space, but first I gotta put a chip in your head and upload you in simulated environments. And people don't see the trick of the beast. It ain't for us, it's for our children. They're the ones that's going to be more, privy to try these new technological things and stuff like that and interfaces with AI and all that than us. So I can go deeper with this agenda, but it's definitely anti-biblical and all that. The space programs are definitely satanic, but I'll stop there.
Yeah, for sure. It's disconnecting from the truth, which what I would say as far as to your Billy Carson example, which I can definitely see the agenda in it and the gatekeeper and the agent's behavior. But when I look at something like that, of a meeting that has the masses, I can see as well where the ancestors can use that to backfire on him. All it takes is a simple, like people being like, oh yeah, my people are from Georgia, and then looking into the ancestors that are from Georgia and then looking into their cosmology, and that would kill his narrative right then. So it's just one of those things that it could backfire too, of him even bringing people where this energy still does have the truth in it.
And my whole thing with the whole Stone Mountain cult, as I called it, is that they all dress like ancestors. They got big unks. They put these robes on and look like things ancient people are wear, but they all think like Greeks. They all are part of some order, some brotherhood, and that's what I'm saying. If we know that there are wolves in sheep clothes and gatekeepers, we just don't know who they are. And I literally got receipts. I'll be showing people who they are. They trying to replace out-of-body experience knowledge with alien abduction knowledge. They rather people believe in that if you go up to a person and talk about astral projection, lucid dreaming on some of these platforms Billy Carson be on, they'll disagree with you. because modern physicists don't stand by that. But yet the news is talking about aliens and alien abductions. So so it's like they're trying to replace the real stuff with the fake stuff, which is, we can upload our mind to higher planes and lower planes, parallel realities above and below the earth via out-of-body experiences. That was the original space program. This ain't a flat earth conversation, everybody, but this is a debate about the people who gathered at Stone Mountain. And one of the main people that I had to smoke for was Billy. And, I was saying that Dulcinea was defending gatekeepers. She probably didn't know what she was doing. Her intent is good, but salutes to the sister. You can't deny her vibes and energy, man. Salutes to her,
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I get what you're saying too, because I mean, that's been their agenda for years with the whole alien thing. And to be like, we can't explain what our ancestors built with the pyramids or the alignments, and saying that the aliens came down, like ancient aliens on what is that? What was that National Geographics they used to bring that show on with the crazy hair guy?
Yeah, that was with Ancient Aliens. That was it. Yeah, man. And Billy Carson, he was a guest on that show at one point. They said that's what I've heard. But to the people in the chat room, we will start to allow you guys to come up and weigh in, however you like, while we continue to build. But I'm just gonna drop the link right now. We'll do one caller at a time.
Yeah, and it's however you want to do it. If you want to do it one caller at a time or more, it's up to you.
Okay, all right. That's good to know, because depending on, we'll see what's best for the flow. We may mix it up, but yeah. Salutes to the callers that's coming on. I think that the Stone Mountain Gathering was a charade. It was a, what's the word? It was a meeting of people who, they're really not connecting their people with the ancestors, and I don't even think that's their intent. Their intent is just to create platforms to enrich themselves. That's why they won't correct themselves. Now, people may see what I'm doing as hate, but this YouTube shit ain't fun if we ain't challenging each other, in my opinion. That's like everybody on a basketball court dribbling around by themselves. I'm going to say, hey, man, let's play a game. I'll run you one-on-one. Let's go. So when I see these other people in this community teaching and stuff, and I see the errors and how it's keeping us regressing spiritually, it's my duty to call it out. It's an opportunity for me to beat and teach, or just teach, depending on how I'm feeling. With salutes to the callers. Dulcinea, is there anything that you would like to say as far as my assessment of Vicky Dillard and her? To me now, I'm gonna run this by the chat room too. Do Vicky Dillard give y'all a black woman in the church vibes, like chocolate coated church mama vibes? And I ain't gossiping. I'm critiquing.
I actually saw her video before I saw your response to it, and I kind of laughed because I was like, I can only imagine what your response to that was. But it definitely gave church vibes. Even the calling upon the ancestors sounded more like tongues to me than actually saying an actual name. But I do see elder people, or just older men and women in the community. I see them as, where I started out from, because where our parents were and where our grandparents were. So I see her as someone that's still very much connected to all that.
Yeah, so I would say this, right? There's a lot of people that's going to share blood with you. And the Bible said this way: just because someone got the same DNA you got, don't mean that they're going to have an awakening when you awaken. It's like you go to school with your cousin, but they fail and you pass. You know, they don't pass just because they your cousin. As much as we would like that, that's true on a spiritual level too. You know, those of us who are humble enough to open our mind to the things outside of what we was taught, we're like Neo in the Matrix. Neo had family members still in the Matrix. He couldn't do nothing about it because they gotta open their own mind. He can tell them the truth, but they can reject it. You can lead the horse to the water. He ain't gotta drink it. Why they don't drink it if they don't open their mouth, if they don't open their mind? And it's because there are a group of gate guards in our community. It's their job to keep the people closing their mind, not accepting anything outside of their programming, just like in the movie The Matrix. Hey, shout out to the sister Demi for joining.
Oh,
How you
peace,
doing?
peace and love, y'all.
Demi.
Peace.
Peace and love.
Hey, yeah, I was just trying to understand this. What was the objective of going to the mountain again? What was, they just went up there and they prayed and then they came back down. Is that all that
I
they
think it's
did?
an annual trip that
Oh, it's annual.
Brother
Okay.
Rich, and I don't know if it's annually or every few years. I'm not quite sure on that.
Oh,
But
okay.
I think Brother Rich puts it on and has a different groups of people all come together. It's mainly like Red Pill, Blue Pill, King Simon, and different things like that. And they climb on top of the mountain and then play drums and connect back as far as with the ancestors, or just to come together and have the energy with each other after coming up the
Okay.
mountain.
Okay. So this is like a traditional type of thing. Okay. Okay. Wow. Well, how many people went? Was it like thousands or?
I don't think it was thousands, but I think it was hundreds this time.
Oh, okay.
Over 100 for sure.
Interesting.
Yeah,
So Brother Sanchez, on the mountain, you said the white people back then, they did like magic basically.
it's a big ass sigil rock. Anybody that studies sound, frequency, all that, you know, they'll tell you how stones record energy. Stones record, that's why a lot of people use stones to engrave sigils and symbols in, like the hieroglyphs and all that.
Okay. So, but we didn't, when we went up there, they didn't do no sigils.
No, I don't think so. I don't
Oh,
think
okay.
they did anything like that.
Okay. That'd have been dope if I did though.
Yeah, it would.
No, I'm with Sanchez on that, like taking it back and actually doing the sigils and actually being like, hey, because having these white representing people on the mountain, what does that have to do with the actual energy that mountain even represents, and even nature? Like, why would people take what we have in nature and carve anything man-made as if it's not beautiful in its natural state, like it's not what it was intended to be naturally? I think taking that back is desecrating those things. But I'm with him too. I'd be too scared. I don't want to go to jail.
Oh, you mean you could go to jail if you did something like that? What?
Right, yeah. Like
Oh.
if you even before they started getting them to knock the statues and different things down, people were getting arrested for even like vandalism when it came to those statues.
Now think about this, right? If you go up to the statue and carve your face in it, it's vandalism, but that's literally what these Klan members did. That's like, you ever been somewhere and somebody put "I was here." They damaged the property just to put like "I was here" or something. That's saying, look, they can do it. Some people can do it, right? But you can't. Now that just shows you who territory it really is on a spiritual level. That's all I was saying. I was saying that the men who carved their face in that rock, they know ain't nobody gonna come behind it and destroy it or carve they thing up there because they telling you how much power they got. That's what it mean. That's what it mean. The men who carved that up there, they knew nobody would challenge this. Ain't nobody taking that down, and it's a testament to their power for ages to come. Until somebody destroyed, you haven't took the power away. That is on a spiritual level. This is how the slave masters is thinking. And like I said, you can even tie this into gang tagging, right? If they tag your territory and you don't cross it out, that's like telling a whole neighborhood that's now this gang have expanded their territory into yours, and you too scared to stop their invasion.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Well, can I use another example and let me get you guys' opinions on it? Because like right now you see people digging up grave sites, digging up bones and to get the DNA, and they're reconnecting and being like, these people are tied to us. But if you think about it spiritually, the fact that they're desecrating these grave sites aren't meant to be dug up and bones to be out or anything. So I guess, what do you feel about that when people's intentions are to tie people back to the land, but they're doing it by desecrating these grave sites?
Yeah, like to me, like the most grave sites that have been desecrated are the indigenous people of this land. Hold on. Hey, shout out, by the way, Marcel. Welcome back to the show, by the way. And
Peace,
to Ben
peace,
a
peace.
Legend, to everybody that's joining. Hold on a second. Flat power to everybody. To the people that's supporting the show, let me take a minute real quick and read the donations. Let me finish up answering the sister. Yeah, desecrating grave sites, right? That's nothing that been a part of our thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Stone Mountain may have been a place or a burial site or ceremonial special site to our ancestors at one point. Because remember, the slave masters that's carved into that thing, they know more about us than we know about ourselves. But we waking up right now, though. But that is certain areas, like I'm going to tell you, being from Alabama, this is stuff that I've seen. They would build prisons on top of old slave plantations and on top of, like, you know, shit like that. Like, you would be like, okay, prison is slavery, and this land that this prison is built on used to be a slave plantation. Damn, ain't nothing changed. You know, shit like that. And then you know where they burying the prisoners at. There will be an old slave bury. Like, they desecrate areas that way. Like today, how they build a new agenda that's destructive to our people on sacred sites, like, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. But they will build toxic plants and stuff on top of old Indian grave sites and stuff like that. And then, like, they got scary movies about this, how these corporations will do stuff like that, and then it'll be bad luck for the building, and these spirits will be attacking it and stuff. But, you know, it's a little truth to that. As far as them
Amityville house is that it's upon sacred indigenous land, and they say, you know, the Amityville is a true story.
You got that energy in that place, and that's still linked like a boat wake when that spirit pass on, but the water's still disturbed and it ain't fully settled yet. That's what it looked like on a spiritual level. Facts, Dulcinea. So, yeah, Mike Adams, man, we'll start with you, I guess, since your mic is unmuted, and we'll start just working our way around the round table. Salutes to everybody.
Salute. Man, first and foremost, I want to say thank you for the platform and the information that you've been presenting. I've been watching your channel for a while, and I'm the type of individual that likes to vet individuals on the topics that they are bringing to light. And I want to just say thank you, man, for the work that you've been putting in and the inspiration and the level of information that's being brought forth during this time. It's so critical.
I appreciate that much, man. I'm telling you, much appreciation, much love, bro. For real. And
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, go ahead. You can keep building for sure.
Man, y'all are discussing a lot of different topics. You touched on so many different things. I've been taking notes over here from AI to politics to religion to the social issues that we're still dealing with from the residue of so many different atrocities that have been happening throughout the world. And I wanted to also touch on the Stone Mountain thing, but I'm not going to address individuals. That's just me. I'm not going to address individuals right now because we all have our own spiritual belief systems due to our collective experience, due to the things that we have inherited, like you mentioned, what our forefathers and the people who came before us, the type of practices that they would initiate into their life and the exposure of secret societies that they may have been a part of. You mentioned the Black Boule, and that is one society that has definitely affected our culture when we start talking about those who have been considered to be Black, historically African American, historically Negro, historically whatever the title that the political systems has given people of melanation that are, in most cases, from this landmass. And the reason why I can say that with so much confidence is because I have had the opportunity to do some travel. And the first place I wanted to travel was Africa, specifically. I wanted to go there mainly because being a somewhat of a historian, I wanted to capture with my own eyes the culture that was there and to see if it was something that I resonated heavily with. And I resonate more with this landmass, the one that we would call America, much more than I resonated with the landmass over there in Africa. With that being said, there are many, many aspects of our history here that have been hidden. And the Black Boule, they have played a very, very, very imperative role in that. And what I mean, but they have had some of the information and it hasn't been relayed to the rest of us. And when I say us is people of color, people of melanation, no matter if it extends to certain Latin communities, if it extends to certain indigenous communities that are known as the Native Americans. And at the end of the day, what has separated us more than anything are labels. Word, language, languagecraft, which is high level magic. We use it. It's expressed to us in the Bible. They say the power of the tongue, you can have life or death. That is us expressing our essence through language. And when it's illustrated on paper in the form of contracts, when it's illustrated on paper in the form of terms and conditions, we are signing over our sovereignty in many ways. And the way they've been able to usurp the culture more than anything, no matter what your race, religion, or creed is, through the financial system using contractual agreements. Because through those contractual agreements, it will control said flow of money. And if the system was set up for certain groups to never be able to participate in it in a way to where they would have the same freedoms that were given to an elect group of people, you're going to be participating in a game that was never intended for you to win. Now, to get into the religious piece, the first religion is shamanism, along with ancestral worship. Prior to us even getting into monotheism, prior to us even getting into polytheism and having multiple gods to worship or having one single god of worship, shamanism, which is connecting to the nature elements of the earth and the planet, in addition to, of course, the ancestral worship of honoring those who came before us. Now, when I honor my ancestors, I'm very specific in how I do it, because I do understand that not all the ancestors who came before us, to your point, not all of them were loving. Some of them have contributed to the atrocities and to the nefarious plans and the agendas that have been hidden from most of the public. But for the most part, once we start to analyze ourselves and know what our spiritual belief system is, then we might be able to connect other spiritual belief systems to bring us together versus separating us. Spirituality is something that I'm very reluctant to present. And the reason why is because that is a very wide range of belief systems. You have certain individuals who don't believe in anything or believe in a higher power. You have people who are very, very dedicated to their religious practices. And the traditionalism, it can restrict us from coming together, but by honoring each person for whatever their belief system is, that's what we have to get down to the bottom of. We have to be able to honor each other and respect our differences and be able to put those aside when it is time for us to collaborate and come together.
You know why that ain't ever happened though? Because differences ain't meant to be respected. They meant to be challenged. Yeah. So the correct word ain't to respect our differences, it's to challenge the differences. So if a person say, man, you different than me. You know how to dunk the basketball, but I can only lay up. I'm going to say, bro, I ain't different than you. I disagree with that. I'll debate you. If you practice, you can dunk the ball too. So I'm just giving you a little scenario to show you how, like, if I respect these differences, then I won't have the ability to raise people up. You see what I'm saying? So for example, if a person say, I believe in a white dude in the clouds that's gonna come back and save the world. His name, Jesus Christ. He's gonna crack the sky open and boom, 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 right? I'm not gonna respect that. I'm gonna challenge that, because me respecting that is only gonna maintain the status quo. It ain't gonna get that person to that's like a child coming to me and saying, Sanchez, I believe 2 + 2 is 5. No, I'm not going to respect that. I'm going to challenge the child so that they can go beyond belief into the place of gnosis. Because believers are church members. Gnostics are knowers. Like, my thing about when you know something, you ain't a believer. You know what I'm saying? You're a knower of that thing. People who have belief systems, it's because they can't prove what the thing is, what they believe in. So they have to say, well, you know, this is just my belief. I got faith in it or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
But the Bible say prove all things. So the Bible wasn't even written for believers. It was written for people that seeks proof in truth. Because if the Bible is a book of truth, why the hell do you believe it? You should know it. And that knowing it don't mean memorizing scriptures. People that decipher the Bible are knowers of it. People that read it and take it literally are believers of fairy tales. But there's a deeper meaning to these folklores and mythologies.
100%. And that was a poor choice in words for me to say respect it. Because if there's something that I disagree on, then I'm going to, of course, disagree on that topic. But I mean, respect it in regards to, I'm not going to force my belief systems on anyone. And my belief system is a knowing. And the reason why I can say my belief system is a knowing because of my experiences. And I don't want to go down, too much of a rabbit hole and make this conversation about me, because it's not. But the thing that I wanted to relay is, I agree with you in reference to the AI conversation. The artificial intelligence is something that I have been very vocal about on social media and certain platforms. And it's not anything to fear. But the agenda is to take us out of our human capacity and sovereignty. And the technology that we have within us is much greater than artificial intelligence can ever be. However, those systems that seek to capitalize on technology, they're going to continuously force their agenda on the people and try to make that be something that is ingrained in us, so that we're going to have to utilize that said artificial intelligence. I do see the upsides, but I also see the dangers of artificial intelligence. The Neuralink aspect of it, 100%, I don't agree with it at all. Because I know that it is going to take people out of their sovereign capacity to be able to connect with spirit. And with that being said, you know, I don't respect artificial intelligence. I'm not going to use that word because it's not.
All right.
It's not something
I don't wanna dwell too long on AI because it was all about the Stone Mountain gathering of the masters. So let me cipher back to you real quick, man. Good bill, by the way, man. I think you dropped a hell of a lot of jewels. Appreciate that. I'll come back to you. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm gonna circle back round to you. Let me go to okay, Ben a legend. I see you. Go ahead. We can keep it going.
Hey, peace to the panel. That's including Wisdom, Marcel, Leo, Dulcinea, Demi, Mike Adams, Bro Sanchez, yourself. Real quick, peace. Standing for positive energy activates constant elevation. You know, proper education always corrects errors. You know, being at peace. I'm a lyricist, most definitely poet in mind. My first question, Bro Sanchez, to yourself. Me and a good friend of yours, Ani Osaro, we out here in South Carolina. We were always on, you know, back and forth talking. I was talking
Hey
with
man,
him.
oh hell yeah, man. Salutes and much love. Hell yeah.
Very much so. Spiritual shade room. I'm doing an album, True Thoughts Resonating Universally Through Honesty. And I was emailing you about the beats on your page. You know, they went, and I was trying to purchase them, right? And I was trying to get the tracks. When will you be able to put them back up?
You know what? Yeah, just send me an email of what tracks you want, and I'm gonna respond. I got you. Do it. Do you know the titles of the ones you heard or whatever?
Put down. I believe I have them written down. Definitely. You know, in the studio. But I'm certainly going to respect that. I'm going to email you with that info because I really want to get this stuff going. Only because I'm in a mix of a lot, but I'm just underneath the radar most often in the back office getting to this money. But yeah, I definitely want to go ahead and get that album submitted and, you know, out to the proper hand.
Hell yeah, man. I got you for sure.
Right. Look forward to that. We 3D. We coming, you know, through with some great conscious music, featuring Free Soul and some others. But be that as it may, Dulcinea, I was out in Stone Mountain in around, I say circa 2021. And I did that. Rich has it annually. My thing is I attended Morehouse at back in like 04 through the BMF era. Met some great people there. I've been plant-based for 10 years. So my people own a restaurant in Columbia, South Carolina, A Piece of Soul. Shout out to them. Pardon?
I was saying shout out to you for that.
Oh yeah, thank you. So I met great minds. It's a lot of people that way more than the numbers reflect that know Sanchez. My major thing with Ani, I'll be talking to him about is like, I want to see, you know, Sanchez, you know, on Bro Rich channel and vice versa. And he was like, nah, that ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Only because the direct thing, we know we want to see everybody in the community. I know out here and people I talk to abroad that's, you know, traveling back and abroad, shout out to them. People out there in various places that's trading and living. They follow Sanchez too heavily. Everybody kind of knows Sanchez, even celebrities too. They ain't gonna admit. But be that as it may, we want to see the Sanchez and Billy debate. I mean, the internet will go up. Bro Rich always shoots me down. Bro Rich shoots me down, and I'm like, yo,
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why real quick. Brother Rich moves like a gate guard, which is why I go in the way I go in. Because think about this, and I'm gonna shut up. The way I move, if me and you disagree, I'm sending you an email. I want to debate. Even Dulcinea, this is a sister. She reached out to me like, Sanchez, I disagreed with you. I made a video about it. We can respectfully do a show. I reached out to her saying, okay, well, we should do a show together then, respectfully and all that, and state the differences and all that. Sister ain't backing down from no smoke. She debate all of these guys, man.
It's apparent,
Real
right.
talk. And my thing is on her platform, your platform, you ain't just got to agree with her to come on her platform. In fact, one thing me and Dulcinea got in common, we're debaters. So we like to seek out people who are opposing our viewpoint. I think that's a good trait to have. That means you ain't comfortable in an echo chamber.
That's all
So
facts, man.
yeah,
No lies.
you got it.
You're
Yeah,
right.
you got it.
All right. Real quick to General Mike Adams, man. All those major jewels you dropped, man. Those are tremendous. I'm just want to really quick add on. I'll make a
Facts.
little addendum. Some names. Brandon Joe Williams, James C. Lovett, that Black Site 32. Everything you talking about, that parse syntax coding, getting yourself out the public to the private. That's a major faction and movement that need to be addressed. Getting to your sovereign capacity. Not, citizen. We know what the difference with that, semantics and vernacular, what that entails. But be that as it may, you're correct. When I had my sons, I got them their certificate of live birth, had home birth for my last son. His mother, no epidural, she didn't do her. Shout out to her. Shout out to Madi. So he's sovereign in his capacity, so that is major, and everything you're talking about with that. So if people look that up, Mike Adams did drop a major bomb there. So he's correct. Lastly, the energy at Stone Mountain, and again, back to that subject matter. I don't want to ramble on too much because we have other people that need to go ahead. It is amazing. It is tremendous. It is something that is like, it's like you're looking at this mountain, it's tall, but it's quartz, it's granite, it's crystal. So if you're on that spiritual level of just going there to network, that's the major thing, to network, meet others. And that's what I did, just if you do copper jewelry, anything you need to do to get out there, you're Sanchez, Sanchez probably would have stole the show. Network, that's it. And whatever they did at the top of they do what they do. You know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking them. They do what they do. People they get their content creation on. Pardon? You said I'm breaking up?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
You can land your plane, yeah.
Yeah, people get their content creation on, and I respect that. So yeah, it's for networking purposes, most definitely from my perspective. But other than that, I don't really get the true gist of the major gathering, if it's to be for a spiritual sense, or more so than for prosperity and financial form. But I'll land it there.
Well, no one can tell you what it's really about, but the people that started and all that. I'm giving my theory. And I'll be fair to Brother Rich and all of them there to say, this is my theory. I think, when they call it the gathering of the masters, I think that the people that's connected at the Stone Mountain gathering, they know that they went against the ancestors. I think a lot of these guys I think a lot of them know that the truth about the ancients, but they didn't align themselves with it, but they've enriched themselves out of alignment with the ancestors, but they ain't humble enough to correct themselves because they in too deep in their economic situation or whatever. And I think that because of that, they wouldn't feel right stepping into ancient places where the spirit of the ancestors is strong. They will have a conviction spirit. I would have a spirit that's some embracing me like, you're fighting our fight, son. Good damn job, because I've never went against the ancestors' genius and their intellect. But these other guys like Billy Carson have made careers off saying, well, the ancestors was wrong about that. But the physics, you see what I'm saying? It ain't that the ancestors can't be wrong. It's that the things they said they're wrong about, they was right about. And I think they know that these people are right, because there are Freemasons out there that'll tell you the ancestors are wrong about the shape of the earth, but they will teach you flat earth at a certain degree. in the lodge, and they're going against flat earth. This is the secret that they're keeping. This, like when we say it's a secret society, people think they deep by saying it's a secret society, but they didn't reveal the secret. I came out saying, okay, everybody, here go the secret that they hiding from you, that the earth is flat, and everybody started laughing. You see? And they literally look up Freemasonic cosmology, y'all will see that, but this ain't a flat earth discussion. Dulcinea, anytime you want to interject, you can, and I do want people on the call to, you know, maintain the topic and, you know, critique the whole Stone Mountain gathering from both angles. And I get what I think what Dulcinea point was like, what determines if a person is disconnected from the ancestors or not? I think that'll be a good, you know, place to go into with the bill.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, fine.
And peace. And I liked a lot, of course, Mike Adams, everything you were saying. And Ben, thank you for coming up and saying your perspective, actually going to one of those. That's just my perspective, as well as thinking from not just the leader standpoint, but the people that are attending, and if they're able to manifest the things that they went there for, as long as their intentions are close to the ancestors. Because I'll say, you know, I don't think all of them even believe what Billy Carson is saying or anything like that. There's just different perspectives, and it's, if you're intentional with why you came on the trip, can you still manifest your intentions, even though, you know, the points that you were making to the KKK and different things like that. But I do want you to answer, Sanchez, because you do talk about masters a lot. So I wanted to get your perspective on, I know the slave master has kind of altered how we see masters and servants, but do you see that as something that started with like teachers and students?
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Now the slave masters, they look at it a little different, and because they come from barbarian cultures that don't teach their people, ain't no students, it's just indoctrinated zombies, and that's what we've become. In the barbarian cults, it ain't teachers and students when it comes to slaves and masters. It's superiors and inferior. It's basically the strong ones and the weak ones. And the strong ones will overpower the weak ones in barbarian cultures, and they just use brute force like military power, like what they used on our ancestors. Like when we say, well, when it come to militant power, I guess we was defeated and all like that. But spiritually, we are connected to the universe and they're not, type shit. But yeah, that's my whole point. Like, yeah, with that, when we say slave master and slave, that's more like my property. Like, I don't know, I guess that, you know, you guys get it. Like my pet, my dog, I'm the master of my chihuahua type shit. That's the way that they look at it. Like, I ain't got to teach it nothing. I just tell it what to do and it do it. That's indoctrination. It did it because I said so. It ain't got to be a reason. It's because I said so. And there's a repetition. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Sit, stand. And the dog just go with tradition. It ain't learned nothing, you know, of outside of what it does on its own. Like, think of a pet owner. That's like the slave master is only going to teach the slave what it needs to know to be a good slave, not a good person or a good human or a smart individual or all that. Just to do a few mundane tasks and die. And to perpetuate his ignorance onto the next generation before he died. But yeah, salutes to that. That's a powerful, you know, aspect to the bill.
I want to ask Brother Sanchez, like, how would you, to counteract the history of the mountain, how would you go, what would you have done if you went up to the mountain? Would you have done anything spiritually to counteract the history that has, you know, happened up there, or what they've done up there?
Well, yeah, that's my thing. I said that if people want to, the concept that, in my opinion, the Stone Mountain Gathering, the foundative reason for doing it is to honor the ancestors. What would be more honorable than to restore that land to its original beauty by getting rid of that hate graffiti that's on there, because that's what it is, right? Like, if I carve an image of Hitler into the mountain, I'm such a monster. But yet these people were their own form of Hitler to my people, just like he was to the small hats. Y'all feeling me? So, like I said, that's my only thing about it. I think that really, man, what will honor our ancestors, they know that if we activate the DNA, we can do what they didn't do, right? Which is wake up and get back to the status that we originally were. You know what I'm saying? I think what's honorable to the ancestors is carrying on the things that made them great as gods versus the things that made them good slaves. And I think there's an agenda to keep us just at a certain level to where we don't really, if you look at the state of the people as a collective, our people, the leaders in these different schools of thought hasn't evolved us in an upward direction spiritually. You know what I'm saying? Everything has been devolving. Yeah. So when that happens, you got to audit these schools of thought. You got to go up to they call it open ranks in the military. Like, so it's like a form of inspection. I got to go up to these different groups and I got to say, okay, man, so you saying you got the answer for our people, right? But our people ain't getting no better, but you enriching yourself. You getting richer, but they getting worse, right? And you got them paying into your agenda, but you ain't getting the job done. So let me come challenge your methods of approach. You say we can do better if we do X, Y, and Z. Let me debate you on that. You say we can do better if we pray to this God. Let me debate you on that. You said we can do better if we do, and if we've been doing that thing you said for years, it ain't truth, it's tradition at that point. And now to keep doing it is insanity. Someone got to stop us from doing the same thing, getting the same backwards results, right? And what does that look like? Someone going to audit all of these people that have placed themselves in leadership positions of thought and ideologies. And we got to examine what we thinking to see what we're manifesting, because it starts from the thought realm. And the people that are the gate guards of consciousness over us, that have been giving us paradigms of thought that has not been serving us, needs to be audited in this time of Aquarius, and they scared of that auditing, which is why they ain't gonna want to do no debates. They ain't gonna want to sit down with you because they know you'll mop the flow with them. A Freemason know if they let me show y'all something real quick. Let me screen share. This is what you got to realize, right? A Freemason know when they debate Sanchez, I'm gonna pull this up in the debate. I'm gonna say, hey man, this is what y'all teaching y'all damn lodge. I'm gonna pull this up. And the Freemason gonna have to go against their own. Listen what I'm telling you, y'all. This is a chess move. Learn what I'm saying. It's so simple. Watch this. A Freemason knows, like, when I debate them, I'm gonna pull this up, and that, everybody stay muted a minute, and that they're gonna have to explain to the world why they're teaching flat earth and secrecy while laughing at it in public. Guess what the Kemetic priest gonna have to do? Let me show you, because I debated Jabari back in the day and I mopped the flow with his ass. Watch this. When he showed up for the debate dressed like an ancient Egyptian, I literally showed up dressed like a modern day black man, but I came defending the ancient Egyptian cosmology, and I made the nigga in his Egyptian costume go against it. Tell me that ain't bad. That's a check move. See, when the Hebrews show up and tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, guess what I'm gonna tell him? How is every eye gonna see God on a globe earth? The people that wrote the Bible say every eye gonna see it. The people that wrote the Bible say he that sit above the circle of the earth. You got to say that the ancient Hebrew don't know shapes now. They don't know the difference between a circle and a sphere. You got to make them dumb. So I don't got to do all that. I can just say they was right, man. They said, think about this right here. When they said they saw the sun in the clouds, they weren't talking about the S-O-N. They was talking about the S-U-N. But we think the sun 93 million miles away. I've been showing this video for years right here. Watch this, y'all. Pilots flying above the sun. Right here in this flat earth video, right here. They trying to say that's just a sunrise. Look at this. I don't got to make up tons of theories, which are not facts. The fact is the sun where I see it at, and the closer I get to it, the hotter it get, but it ain't no burning ball of plasma. It's a little subtle light that's illuminating. And the way that the sun is made, sunlight ain't necessarily daylight, but that's a whole nother aspect to the ether. Y'all ain't ready to go. I'm not here to teach flat earth. I'm here to show you this. If the sun is 93 million miles away, you can't have clouds in front of it and behind it, engulfing the sun, because the clouds ain't 93 million miles away. So I ain't gonna go too deep into this. I'm gonna show you that the Hebrews looked at the reality, because they was able to get up in the sky too. They had blimps, big blimps, or what they call airships. They was able to see what the pilots saw. Hey, we looking down at the sun. The sun is right there in the clouds. And so they did that in that cosmos. That's what it is, man. Like, so I'm not gonna go too deep into all this. I'm just gonna show y'all that no one that's dressed up like an ancient person can debate me, and I'm gonna show up in my fitted cap and mop the floor with their ass. Why they got all them big unks on, and I'm gonna make them go against the people that they dress like while I'm defending them. So that's the trick when you standing with the ancestral truth.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the point that I was kind of making at the end of the video, as far as how it can reverse on them, because all it would take is like that download and connection to the land to connect to the people. And when you see the Creek, the Muskegee people, and then get into their cosmology, you're going to be led right back to the same thing. You're going to be led back to flat earth, back to the axis mundis. And it's going to show that enlightenment or the download. So that's what I meant about our ancestors are powerful and can still utilize the moment to bring people back home, even if that wasn't the intention of some of the people.
Salutes to that, sister. And I'm gonna let's leave the mic open for everybody else.
Flat Power, could I join in right quick?
For sure, thank you.
First off, I'd like to give a praise to the queens, Jimmy and Dulcinea. If I said that right, I might have said it wrong. To the light bearers, right my mind. Sanchez, I'd like to go off topic just a brief second to explain my journey. As I've been on tech.
Your mic kind of breaking up. I'm gonna help you. I got you. I'm gonna cut your video off, and that'll probably.
When I started my journey years ago.
Oh no, go ahead, Marcel. I just cut your video off because it was taking your bandwidth. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Okay.
To the light bearer, to the great feminine, to the women on the panel, to my brothers. I just wanted to describe this journey I had with you so far. Okay, I denounced the gang. I've been to prison. I never let go of the knowledge. I've always been there walking every step of the way. Okay, bro Sanchez, every time I go into particular writings about you, I always mention you as the great Oracle Sanchez. Again, the great Oracle Sanchez. And I've been under attack. And like I tell them, the title, you've earned it because you are the voice of the people. Without your voice, we are not heard. And I'm standing on that, bro. And I mean that, bro. And I tell you, man, I just give all salutes to you, man. And that's just the bottom line, man. I'm gonna be a frontline soldier to the end, man. And that's the way it's gonna be.
I really appreciate the
And
love,
I just had to
man.
say that
For
part.
real.
And again, me being here in Mississippi. Yeah, but I want them to understand that this ain't no nut riding, bro. This is real, man. I'm not playing no game behind this. And I feel like our friendship is genuine, even though I'm here in Mississippi. We never let go of the friendship that we started way back when Dre's, Q, and all the rest of us started this journey. So again, you are the voice of the people. And for all those that's on the outside listening, please understand I am sincere about my love for Brother Sanchez. This is not no social media act. And me being in the South, I'm gonna speak on these the mountain. I think that we are all under oppression in the South, and we living through it as we go along this journey. We getting more and more enlightened. But as I live it, I feel like I'm living life a little different down here because there's so many aspects of these things that are real, and I face it every day. Flat power, everybody.
Flat power. Appreciate that, my brother. Much love and appreciation. Hell yeah.
Peace. Can I chime in, Sanchez?
Yeah, go ahead.
We live.
Go ahead, Leo.
Hey, what's up, folks? How y'all doing? Peace to everybody on the panel. You know what I mean? Peace to you, Sanchez, also. You know, everybody, because I've been dealing with following you for a long time, so I can't even count. But I want to speak on this Stone Mountain. So I used to have to drive past there every day. I used to work at this warehouse. I'm in Philly now, but I lived in Lithonia for at least 9 years or whatever. So I used to have to take East Ponce de Leon all the way down to my job. You know what I mean? Go tap dance for these white folks and get back out of there. But long story short, for some reason, I don't know what it was, but I would just haul ass through Stone Mountain. You know what I mean? The mountain to be right on the side of me, it's like anger or something would kick in. So I get what you're saying when you say, you know, if you flow through there, you should be pissed off. You know what I'm saying? Because the ancestors gonna make sure you pissed off. Facts. The thing is, you see what them folks did not too long ago with the Georgia Guidestones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I seen that, and when you were saying, yo, you know, certain things got to be desecrated, and I just reflected back to that, and I'm like, damn, well, them folks definitely ran down on the Guidestones, and you know, did some other stuff or whatever, and you know, it's no kickback, is nothing from that. I think the problem is we all want to stand up, but I think everybody's nervous about the way we stand up. People don't want to leave their families. Folks don't want to go to jail. Folks don't want to get killed. Folks just, you know what I mean? So I understand what's going on, but I also understand that we definitely need to, you know, Brody our shit back. Point blank, we need to take it back. I'm up here in Philly, and it ain't no places where people of the same mindset go to. Anywhere you go up here is a bar or some stupid stuff. You go in there, you got to try to maneuver your way through whoever. You know what I'm saying? But and if you try to talk anything knowledgeable to these a lot of people up here, you know, you get a cold shoulder. You get exiled out of conversations. So I tap into your thing and a few other folks because you know, this is the only place I could really hear this kind of stuff and chime in and build on it. So I just wanted to tell you I appreciate you guys. You know what I'm saying? Keep doing your thing, everybody on the panel. If I can tap into your page, I'll be on it. You know what I mean? No problem. I appreciate y'all. You know what I mean? I just like to hear this type of stuff. You hear me?
Most definitely, man. And there's a thirst for this type of stuff because of the age we in. And there's a group of people out there that want to just say, hey, there's nothing to look at over there. You know, we just need more, what they call it, science communicators. These are the people that's combating the awakening, like, and they're using so many other distractions to keep people from the real awakening that physicists are figuring out right now. I've been telling y'all for years, Berkeley Institute had people communicate from the dream world to people in this world. They literally plug people up to these machines, and when they get in the REM sleep, they was telling them when they're in their dream or whatever, but they can study the parts of the brain to know that these people dreaming, because only certain parts are activated when we get out the body and be in these dream worlds. So these people are in a dream world, a lucid dreaming, as we call it, right? We call it lucid dreaming. And these people at Berkeley did these experiments that if lucid dreaming is real, we should be able to test it, because the technology they got, they know exactly if you dreaming or not. You can't fake these brain patterns. So these people are in the dream world. They got all the patterns to show it's legit. And from that world, they're giving those people commandments from this side, communicating with them from that side. And they said that if a person is in a dream and they can be conscious and all that to the self in a dream, that we can communicate with that part of them. And the whole thing is with eye movements and stuff. I'm gonna actually do another stream to go into this, but they've basically been proving lucid dreaming, astral projection, the CIA know it and all that. But that should be like the foundation of science, like as far as what dreams are, what deja vu is, all of that. That is what you get into with flat earth. You ain't gonna get into that with, you know, the current paradigm we in. But let me pass the mic and keep the floor open.
Can I say something to what Leo said?
Please.
And, they've been actually doing black holes too, Brother Sanchez. So they've really been opening up the, like you said, physicists, and getting the truth away from the Big Bang and the different things that come with globe Earth. But Leo, so I have a question, and it will go for you and Sanchez, because I definitely understand taking back the power of something, but when they convince us to destroy our own stuff, I think that's problematic too. So like when you see the Nottoway plantation and it burned down and all these black people cheered, all I thought about is like all the history that black people would connect to that's just gone now, because they completely desecrated it and it went down in flames. I think that's their intention as well, to destroy certain information. But how do you guys feel about that burning down of the Nottoway plantation, and if that was a good event or not?
And before I answer that, why did they burn it down again? Was it some kind of public? Okay.
I don't know if someone did it. I'm not quite sure. I thought just a fire broke out and they said that the Nottoway plantation ended up burning down.
Yeah, well, anytime any history is deleted that can prove our story, that's a loss to us. But my thing is this right here, though. Like the plantation burning down would be a whole different concept than them carving themselves in stone on some racist shit like at Stone Mountain, though, because like if you tear that down, then what you doing is restoring this rock back to its natural. They may say, well, this art, this is beautiful, but a graffiti looks good on a wall to me. But they still say that's vandalism, you know, or whatever. Like if a person draw their face on a wall, hey, what gives the thing about the Stone Mountain engraving, it's such a symbol of white supremacy. The fact that the people that will, like I just gave a simple scenario too. If you carve one of our forefathers into this rock, which is on our land, they would destroy it. But if you destroy theirs, you'll get locked up and you'll get severely punished probably all kind of fines and all that. But like you said, if a white supremacist burn up a graveyard with slaves on it, or desecrate some ancient temple dedicated to our ancestors, you know, it won't be the same repercussions. You know what I'm saying?
Can I chime
Right.
in?
And thank you. Uh-huh.
Hey, peace again. Um, I agree with Brother Sanchez saying. I also look at it another way, right? I look at it as this: if they burning down slave plantations, they've been flooding our folks out for years, and they've been getting rid of any history that we can connect to. So we still have our grandparents around, some of us still have family members around that can tie us into exactly where we come from. We don't really need I took my children to this place. It's like this plant place or whatever that where they made it look super beautiful, and all the white people go there. Pardon me, all the other people go there, whatever. So I took my children there, and it's basically a plantation. That's all it is. It's in Pennsylvania. It's a plantation that they beautify. Is the only way you can really feel your history is when you walk through there and you feel your story, not history. You feel your story walking through these places. Now, I'm not one of them spooky guys. I don't believe in ghosts and all that. I don't deal with none of that. But I do know that I felt a way walking in this place. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to explain the feeling. So if they burnt it down, 9 times out of 10, they're gonna build a Walmart or something right there, and everybody's still gonna keep going there. It's about the feel for me. You know what I mean? Like, you know, what haven't they done to us yet? And that's my, you know what I mean? Like, so, pardon me for being long-winded, but I just feel like if they burned it down, we still know where we come from. They can't cover up truth. You can hide truth, but you can't cover it. Pardon.
Okay. Salutes to that. Now, who else we had joining? Brooklyn. We can pass the mic to you. What you got for the bill here today? Salutes to you. Make sure we get everybody mic.
Peace, bro. Peace to the panel. Honestly, I'm just catching up.
Okay.
I need to re-watch that video, but I'm
No
here.
problem. No problem. We got mathematics. Hope we're pronouncing it right. Salutes to you.
Yeah, mathematics. What up, bro? Salute to the panel. Hey, bro, y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I want to thank you, man, for I know I'm in and out, but I want to thank you for getting back on, flat Earth and back to the ancestors topic instead of being on the trending subjects and all that, the news that bull that's going on out here. I wanted to salute you for that, man, because this is very important. Um, but what I wanted to add to the conversation was um y'all already done said everything. It's not too much I can add, but you know, uh the mentality of our people nowadays is just spawned from some of our ancestors during slave time, because you know how you had the field and you had the house Negroes, right?
Yeah.
So that division right there, it just grew over time, and then with once once the future started coming into play, the parents were teaching the children how to try to stay safe, because you still had the KKK out there slaughtering us everywhere every day just for nothing. So our ancestors or our parents back in the day, in those days, were trying to keep us safe, trying to tell us, yo, do this, do that, to stay out the slave master's face, or the KKKs. You know what I'm saying? So that was a traditional teaching to the future kids, to us now, you know. So it ain't it's like it is some of our ancestors' fault for teaching us that, but they were just trying to keep us alive. You feel me? That's kind of how I look at it. But then you still had the revolutionaries that were fighting and still teaching their children. I think, bro, you were one of those that had those ancestors passing the truth down to you until it all, you know what I mean? And then you got those that the truth didn't get to because it was covered up just to keep the children safe, you know, and keep them alive. And I think that's the mentality that's going on. You got the Boule, you got these guys going up there to Stone Mountain. Even though peace to you know, the guys that went up there. I don't want to mention names, but they trying to do something. You know what I'm saying? But that is not going to get us to where we need to be. I think where we need to be is in a mindset of us being together and getting on one accord. But the way we do that is going back and understanding that you know, we some of our people didn't have sense, just like some of our people don't got no sense right now. Some of our ancestors ain't had no sense. We weren't taught all the righteous things, you know what I'm saying, that we needed to know. And even if we were taught it, we went against it just to stay safe. You know, I just wanted to add that.
Yeah. I can agree that we did a lot of things, what you said, for survival, but not for thrival. See, the
Right.
people in power, right? They feel safe if they in charge of everything, and that everybody know that you down there and I'm up here and you can't challenge me. They instill fear in you in several kind of ways. You can try to fight them back, and if you make these people feel unsafe, you're gonna have to take them all out because they won't stop fighting you, man, because they don't feel safe with you in charge. They are power freaks. They will die. If they ain't in power, they rather not even exist. See, we got a different mentality. We'll say, okay, take the power, rule over us, just please don't kill me right now. But the
Right.
kind of people they are, they'll say, man, you're going to have to kill me if I can't rule this shit, because I'm going to fight you every day till I'm in charge.
And that's
Hey,
what
Sanchez,
that's what our
Sanchez,
people need to understand. Go ahead.
hey, Sanchez, real quick. Is that a reason why, like, I know you might be familiar with the show Heat of the Night, you know, when they talk about the bottoms? Because I hear about, you know, when I was coming up, people used to talk about, like, they'll go to the bottoms. Is why our people, like, that comes from a certain, you know, social economic background, they're more, you know, resonating to the bottom versus the top. Is that pretty much where you saying that comes from?
Well, it's like, it is where that come from. And it is like we've been taught to play it safe in a capitalist system, like the miner and a pirate or an invader ain't playing it safe. A Somali pirate even know that. They know when they go out there to sea, they can die that day trying to hijack a ship and all that they do. I watch videos of the Navy shooting these poor folks down. It's almost unbearable to see, but they gotta protect themselves. These poor Somalians trying to hijack these big ships. You know what I'm saying? And they know, and it's crazy. I would always think to myself, that man woke up and said, I may die today trying to do this, and still did it. He saw other brothers die every day, but he said to himself, I want a better fucking situation for my family. And they interview these Somali pirates, and the spirit that they got is so, it's interesting. It's like, listen, it's damn near like a gangbanger. I know standing on this corner, I can get shot the fuck up right now. But what I got to gain on a level to secure power, they put that above their life. So the people that play it safe, I'm not condemning it. I'm saying we do gotta still die one day. So let's decide what we die for. And you can still play it safe, because you can say, look, I'm gonna live my entire life out and I'm gonna lift my voice to, like, I don't got to lift my gun. I think your mouth is more powerful because, look, watch this, right? What got these people in power and maintaining a position ain't just force. It's because after they use force to instill fear in you, they put the indoctrination in you, and that stopped you from ever challenging the reality they gave you after the fact. So now they have a system of just keeping that indoctrination going, and that'll keep generations of people that should be challenging them, not challenging them, but getting their credentials from their universities, from their systems of, they go and seek employment in their systems of government. What they're governing, the slaves that came with the land. They're governing what? The mentality of those people, government. And what they got to keep them people thinking like cattle. You don't train a cow on how to escape the farm. You train her on how to produce milk and die. That means they want to extract whatever they can extract from each individual, and then hopefully that'll be the end of your life at that point. That's what slavery was. When the slave grew old, they didn't want to feed it like that no more and care for it no more because it ain't producing like that no more. That's why they're taking back from the Social Security, from the elderly people. It's the same mentality. So
indeed, you know, and points out, but look, that sound like how we talk now. Like we get in these groups or whatever, we talk about what happened already. What already happened. We need to start talking about what we ready to do. Like we need to talk about what we get ready to do, and it got to be collective. But you know, we still got the numb nuts that ain't gonna hear it. They gonna still, because you still, like you said, you had oh boss, he running, boss. You got them dudes that's gonna still be on the slave master side. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean, we gotta ignore that and keep. We gotta get together, man. Because I be trying to tell guys. I've been on other panels and stuff. Like I'm for our people succeeding. And it ain't even about our people, it's about our seeds, man. Like our seeds ain't gonna know no better, especially if we not here. And that's their goal. Like that's, you gotta think about it, man. Like all our parents, let's go all the way, let's go back 100 years. They was already talking about the end of days then. They was like, oh God coming and all this stuff. It's the end of day now. That was 100 years ago, 50 years ago. Now we still talk about it's the end of the day now because that's that indoctrination that they put in the books and stuff for us to make us feel like, you know what I'm saying, that we don't have a chance. You know what I mean? And then the kids grow up. Like now we here just talking about what used to happen or what done happen, but we never talking or getting together about what we need to do or what we about to do.
and
You know
guess
what
what
I'm
we
saying?
gotta do? It's in the Bible. It's told by the story of Jesus going up in the temples and like tearing them up. That's a spiritual story of challenging the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the thought leaders of your time. Because if the mind of the collective ain't evolving in an upward progression, then we got to challenge the thought leaders who have all signed contracts with the state governments. They're in bed with these people who have an agenda to keep the sheep thinking at a low level where they don't challenge the establishment. So this is why your politicians love your reverends, your rabbis. You know, they gonna visit the church because it's one big game that they all playing. Your thought leaders are an extension of government. Why? They're governing your mind, and they ain't making you think what they want you to think. There's a certain set of doctrines they have to be under to even maintain a contract with the state. So once you get into bed with the people who want to keep the masses at a low level of thinking, right? You can't then raise their thought level. And so what we got to do, we got to challenge all of these big institutions that got our people stuck in certain paradigms. That's what Jesus represented when he went in up in the temples, when he rose up against the Pharisees, the Sadducees. That's what we're doing today.
But see, it's like that. Like, see, boom. I know like you would probably smash any astrophysics, but they not gonna come up there and challenge you. They gonna keep hiding. It's like the
Oh yeah.
biggest one. I ain't gonna
Oh
mention
yeah.
no names, but you know what I mean. They gonna hide out, but they gonna keep teaching our people that indoctrination. They're gonna keep them in the colleges, like you said, and keep giving them degrees, keep giving them nothing, actually, giving them nothing, and they loving them the whole time. Our people loving these people that's giving them nothing. You know what I mean? That's in lessons, and anybody know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying too is we got to force our people, if we want our people, if we want our kids to grow, you know what I'm saying? It's really about our kids, man. We got to keep, you know what I mean? We got to let our kids know, and even their parents know, to change their mind about these slave masters, man, because that's our only problem right now. Is that they got their foot on our necks, man, and
So,
we got to get up, man. We got to get up.
oh yeah.
I mean, we got to be strategic and smart with it, but like the thing is, it's got to be done. They know it's gonna be done, but it may not be done because they so fast forward. That's why they came with this 6G and all that, and all what they trying to do with this AI, so they can speed up the process for the great of their agenda. But we gotta have shit. We still strong. They know we the most strong. So you know what I mean. We got to
Oh
use our
yeah.
advantages for that reason, man. Because
Yeah.
we gonna lose if we don't choose, man.
Yeah. These
To
are
the
big
panel.
facts. These are big facts.
We just gotta
Peace
keep
to you.
chipping, man. Keep our hammer.
Yeah. Yeah. My salutes to you, Marcel. Yeah. Whatever you was gonna say, Marcel, you could go ahead and finish what you was saying, and I'm gonna go to the next person.
Okay, guys, we gotta keep our hammer and picks, man, in our hand, man. We gotta keep chipping. We gotta keep chipping. We gotta keep chipping. We'll give it an ear. We'll give it an eye. We just gotta keep chipping, bro. We stay together and keep chipping. That's the whole thing, bro. We just gotta
That's
stay
fact.
together, bro.
That's fact.
That's all.
Hey, salutes Team 7, and salutes to the brother George Macon, man, hopping on, man. I appreciate you for hopping on. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel as well. Another good channel that I'm subbed up to as well. That's the Dulce Effect. So, and the Foxy Moon channel, I see her in the chat room. Y'all gotta sub up to her as well. Foxy Moon premieres. So salutes Team 7. We gonna go to you, and we gonna keep
Yo,
the callers rotating. Yeah, salutes.
yeah, what's good, Sanchez?
What's
Yo,
good, brother?
you did a show some years back, and I came in on the middle of it, and I can't remember what the title of it was, but you was teaching about ancient technology and how man, whoever was using this shit, they had something that you said it fit the description of tablets and iPads and shit like that. It was like stones
Yeah,
and emeralds and jewels that they were rubbed.
yeah.
Where did we? Yeah, what was the name of that stream? Or could you go into that? Because like it was some deep shit you was talking in there that I wanted to revisit and like kind of like dig in on further.
Yeah, so I will be re-uploading all my old content. I will be doing it under a playlist called Throwback Classics or Throwbacks or Classics or somewhere. I forgot what I named it, but yeah, all of my old videos like that will be in there. Even that Travis Scott Astro World video, I'll be bringing that back. But just to answer you in 2 minutes, right? This breastplate is called an ephod, EPHOD, and it was said to give the priest special abilities like he can access knowledge at the drop of a dime. He could tell you, predict the weather. You know, what basically it did, it gave him all these, you know, powers or abilities or whatever, just with this breastplate right here. But what I was doing, you know, because I'm a syncretist, I use sacred geometry and all that. I was using and let me just show you, like the word ephod sounds like ePod or iPad, right? iPad. So with syncretism, it's the merging of different inflectional varieties of a word during the development of language. I take it a bit further and I merge different inflectional varieties of words all together to see how they relate. And I go beyond just the origin as well. And I do consider the origin as well. So I ask myself, if ain't none new under the sun, right? And now I don't stop at the inflectional variety of the word. I look at the sacred geometry of the thing in question. And so when I look at the ephod, which sounds like iPad or ePod, I also look at what the iPod is and how each little square will give you access to a certain knowledge. If you click on weather, you can tell me what the weather gonna be. If you click on Google, do this, you can access that. I said, what if there were people that had the technology that we got today in a different form, and that they was able to hide this technology behind mythical relics like an ephod, a magical breastplate, when really, what if all of the folklores about magical relics, right, were really advanced mechanisms that's coming back to the earth in our time, and this is what gave the priests of old certain, what if they had discovered the internet, tablets, and all that at some point in the past, but they didn't give the people the knowledge of it, and they used it to exalt themselves as gods? How would they hide that point in history? They would say all the ancient people were dumb, and anything that allowed these people to have certain abilities that we got today, they would say, well, it was just witchcraft, sorcery, magic, and magicians. It's a mystery. That's called a mysticism. This is what the Pharisees, Sadducees would do, stuff like that. Hey, we don't understand how the Mayan figured it out. We don't understand how the Dogon was so advanced at this or that, or had this knowledge or that, you know, but, or how the priest was able to do certain things with the mystical relic that's in question. But I try to understand it and make sense out of it with syncretism, and I come up with certain connections like this. ePod, iPod, and somebody may laugh at the connection, but they will go back to believing in magic tricks. Which one more funny? Me trying to make sense out of it using a real practice, which is syncretism, a practice of combining these things. So I'm gonna stop right there and leave the mic open because there's a lot of people on here. Salutes to Dulcinea. Make sure y'all sub up to the Dulce Effect.
I did.
Go
I
ahead.
did.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, I did subscribe.
say,
You know, it's,
Okay.
they call upon self. They call it crafty counsel. That's what they did. What you did with that e-part, that's real smart, man. I'm just like this is what they do, man. They just change the words around, change the name. Like you said, those masons or whatever, they used it. They they studying flat earth, but they laughing at it in public. You know what I mean? So it's this crafty counsel. That's what they do. We gotta have our own thing too, man. Like I'm gonna leave it like that, man.
Now,
Sanchez,
uh-huh.
I was proud of you earlier. You was going in. You sound like me. You was on when you was on, I think you was on the other one when you was talking about the Stone Mountain and you was going in on W supremacy. I said
Mm-hmm.
Sanchez really like going in on that
Yeah.
you know me. But no, you said something that was important. When I was listening earlier when you talked when you was talking about how they engraved in the stone. And you was talking about black folks going up the Stone Mountain, but that energy from the the Confederate, that was like a memorial for them. They etched themselves in stone. I don't know why we would go there because their energy there is summoned by them. That's their energy. But you said something that I'm trying to remember what you said. It was a couple hours ago. You said like the same way we summon energy of the ancestors. When you look at the pyramids in Egypt, when you look at certain things that we do in regards to us, right? Even if you go to old plantations, you can feel that energy of the ancestors, right? Then the same would apply to them. If they etched themselves in stone and they put Stonewall Jackson and them on the wall, and this is a meeting place where they would meet in 1915 and all them places, I wouldn't want to be there. I don't I wouldn't want
That's
to be there
facts.
praying. It's
Facts.
a conflict. So it's just I didn't even know black folks was even going there though. I didn't know
Yeah.
that when that become a thing.
That's what I was saying. You know, it's been a thing for like a decade. They call it the gathering of the masters, and the people who were in that place were actually slave masters. So that's the whole thing that threw me off with it in the first place. But also, I was like, if we gonna go there, we need to be going there to restore that stone, because the people that's there, they know they'll teach. This is what the hypocrisy point that I made earlier too, about like Vicky Dillard and all them. See, the whole thing is like they be on some smudge, let me get rid of the evil energy type shit. How you go to that mountain and don't feel the evil energy that's there?
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm with you. But my whole thing is, like, it's like you said, you got to go there and destroy. You got to go there and destroy all that. You gotta wipe out the face. See, just think about it. The same thing the French did when they was in Egypt. How they tried to chop the nose off and stuff. They tried to deface
with the Sphinx. Yeah,
they tried to deface because they wanted to create their own energy there. I mean, this was a meeting place for the KKK. This was their meeting place. This is where they had their rallies at. So I mean, I just think it's like there's a lot of places that we can meet to summon energy of the ancestors. I don't understand why that would have to be in place. I mean, you in Alabama, you in Louisiana, it's lakes and rivers and all kinds of stuff that you can meet. It's with, you know, where you can meet where the ancestors were and do that. I don't know why they would go there at that exact place where they was enshrining themselves. Yeah, that was kind of weird.
Even the St. Louis Arch is like a place where like a lot of slaves, to my understanding, died in that area. It's a history to the arch and just the suffering that we went through. That right there will keep your energy calibrated to who team you on. But see, my thing is, a person that ain't really connected to the ancestors, I don't think they feel right in these kind of places with all that ancestral energy, even though they dress like them and all that.
Yeah. But just think about it though, Sanchez, too. What they disconnected a while back, I read the King Leopold's letter when it says that we must make the N-words disrespect anything that they would use to affront us. We must take away their gods, we must take away their heroes and replace them with ours, right? So now we're summoning their gods and their energy, right? But we're making them stronger when we do that. We're not summoning the things that will make us strong. So I think that I think a lot of people don't understand that when we talk about white supremacy, the same way we try to do certain things to summon energy from the people of the past, how you think they maintain white supremacy? They summoning that same energy. You know, that's why they put those statues up. They love Stonewall Jackson. Just think about this. Them created America and making America great again, that put them on the pantheon of gods. Like they're etched in history now. You know, the same way you will have you have Egypt or you have these great kingdoms in history. This is their kingdom. This is their kingdom, and whatever the energy they summon to maintain it, they're going to do it all the time. We might say we might call them the devil or say that they're bad, but to them, this is their way of life. It's normal. So we need to. So if I'm gonna go up there, I'm gonna take a chisel or a sledgehammer and break them off the wall and throw it in the ocean or something before I even go there to do anything.
Right.
That's right.
Because you got to cleanse that space, and like they said, like I was saying, we gotta go beyond the smudge talk with cleansing evil energy. All of these white supremacist areas that they've desecrated with these kind of I call it vandalism. You see what I'm saying? To these natural, pristine spots. You know, I'm looking at a mountain now. I got to see the face of an oppressor. You know what I'm saying? So,
Sanchez, let me say this to my sister Lolita, because she said something that's important, but I wanted to understand this. She said it's indigenous before anything else. But this is the thing, Sister Lolita. We are indigenous before anything else. But look at the state of us. Look at the way we operate. That's because we've been conditioned to believe that we're something we're not, and we're operating off of a lie. So even though we're indigenous, we don't know how to summon our ancestors in the right way that would deliver us from the things that we're going through. We summon their energy. We carrying their names, their likeness, everything. Everything that they did to us, we do to each other now because we're up under their energy. It's
That's
like a
it.
vampire. We've
True.
been bit. We need a
Mm-hmm.
serum. We don't have the proper serum. So the indigenous people is still held captive in the mind because we're summoning their gods, their energy. I pledge
Yep.
allegiance. We put our hand up. We pledge
Oh
allegiance to
my
the
God.
republic.
That's right.
We belong to them until we get our mind back.
That's
So
facts,
so
man.
it don't matter if it used to be indigenous. It's not indigenous no more. It's been commandeered. The
You
same way
know,
we
To
was.
speak.
you know what I was saying, like George, you got a lot of people in these thought leader positions, and they speaking for the ancestors, which is why I try to say the ancestors said so much and hope that they give me smoke. And ain't none of these people gonna debate me because they know I'm really speaking for the ancestors. Why they just dressing like them? See, they will say that they for the ancestors, right, George? But if I say, man, when they say, well, our ancestors was geniuses, I will say, yeah, bro, and ain't nothing new under the sun. Images like this show you they had cell phones in India. Now, if you if you show this to some physicists, he'll have a different way of explaining what we looking at. But this person on the right clearly got a stylus in their damn hand.
Hey, can I ask, hey, Sanchez, you ever
Right.
get on the joint with the with Dane Calloway? You ever follow dude work or look at his work?
Man, Dane Calloway is what helped wean me off of that Pan-African ideology,
Real
that
talk. It helped
that
me too.
transatlantic slave trade and all that.
Real
Yeah.
rap. Real rap. It helped me too. And
I didn't
all
even
that.
think to question that unto him. And then he just ripped it apart with the facts. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, that's sturdy. Y'all probably the only two dudes I watch, man. I got my own little thing going on.
Salutes to Sister Betty, by the way. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, salute to you, sister, for sure.
When we get to a place,
Hey, the crazy thing is you could bring this knowledge to like all this stuff that you saying makes sense. The picture, like it all makes sense. But you got people that just deny, just hate. They just, I don't, our own people. Like you got even white folks can deal with this information better than our own people, bro.
because
That's
that's
crazy.
the way. But let's not make it. But let's be careful though. Let's put it in its proper context. There was a certain thing done to put us in captivity. We're the burden bearers for other groups, so we're behaving the way we were designed to behave. See, when you take a group of people and you take their gods away, you take away most of our people don't even know who their grandfathers are.
Right.
So as a young man, he don't even know his line of existence. So how can he even pray to the ancestors? Who is he? He don't even know who he is. They totally wiped out your mainframe to the point like that. Your computer has a virus now, right? So you take the indigenous people. I'm here in Philadelphia. We had 3 mass shootings this weekend. 3 mass
I'm
shootings.
in Philly too, George.
Yeah, this the indigenous people wiping each other out because our ancestral realm, we don't know how to summon that ancestral realm from a spiritual. We think we do. We got a church on every corner. We falling out in church and praising the Lord, all that, and it's not working because we're not summoning the ancestors right. Because we're actually summoning them. We're actually giving the energy to them.
The demons.
Permission to speak.
That's why we're.
Salute, man.
Can
I'm
I
out.
ask you
I'm out of here,
something,
man. I gotta be
George?
up at 5, y'all. I'm out.
After. Oh, peace, mathematics.
Peace,
Thank
Lord.
you for coming up.
Peace.
So, George,
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
when you say that we don't know how to summon them right, isn't it like kind of like a baby now that you're talking about, what happened to us to be in this state? Don't we have to crawl before we walk and then walk before we run? So it's like we're calling on the ancestors the best way we know how and then keep going and going from that point.
Well,
Well, sister,
I understand what you're saying, but this is the thing because we'll get to a state where we start to hate each other and hate our own people because we're looking at the state they're in. So I was making it to the context of don't see it from that perspective of well, other groups get it before we do. No, other groups ain't been through what we've been through. They haven't been robbed of it, their own knowledge or so. So yeah, we are like babies trying to grow again and wake up. Some of us have gotten it, and we go out and we teach our people, and it take time for them to get it. Because like I said, if you ask let's listen, our people, we walking around sleeping with our cousins and people who don't even know it. That's how much of a devastation they did to us as a people. So what I'm saying is, like, we don't even know from time to time. You could be my cousin. I don't know. As a people, us here. That's that's what they did to us. So what I'm saying is, when we get to these places and we start teaching, person like me or Sanchez or people that talk like us that have been online for a long time, we're the outliers. We looked at funny because you can identify with the church or the mosque, but the stuff that Sanchez is talking about or what I'm talking about or what you're talking about, they looking at us like we crazy because the mind can't comprehend it. The spirit can, but the mind can't. They like, man, what the hell are you? What are y'all talking about? And then you'll start seeing as time go on, some of them will start to come because the mind will start to grasp what the spirit already knows. But when you look at the state of our people, we're behaving the way we were designed to behave because other people channeled their energy for us to be in this position for their financial gain. This thing is a spiritual battle, and they channeled that energy for it. That's why they put those statues up. That's why they give you the curriculums that they give you. That's why they fearmonger you. They do all this thing. They call it, they call it that magic or that what's the word I'm looking for, Sanchez? They do
that's it.
They do spells. They create spells and all kinds of stuff with rhythms and sound. The sounds, everything they do to us, the food, the water, everything that they do to us, man.
We got you, Sifu. Yeah, go
so
ahead.
That's all I'm saying.
Copy that.
I'm gonna land right here. So all I'm saying is a spiritual battle. But those of us that talk like this, we're in the fight because our fight is just being the example and teaching, because a lot of our people ain't gonna get it right away. They gonna beat up on us the most because we love them enough to tell them the truth.
Oh yeah. And you know what my thing is, y'all right? Like, it's a lot of people on a spiritual level, they kind of babies because they ain't even challenged the basic stuff they've been told by the enemy. So they at an infancy stage of their indoctrination to where but my whole thing is like, a lot of these people are in leadership positions. You know what I'm saying? So that's when like a baby don't claim to be a leader. I think what's wrong with black people is we can't challenge spiritual leaders. I'm not saying a lot of revolutionary leaders, because somebody could argue, well, Sanchez, you had a lot of Christian brothers that was fighting for our people in war, boom, boom, boom. They made it, didn't know all of this deep stuff. And you would be right on that. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is like, them ain't the people I'm talking about. There's a group of gate guards that literally know the truth and they not telling it though.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep. They sold out to the other side for trinkets. For trinkets. Back. I mean, if you read the scriptures tell you what they do. They sold out, man. They got their shekels of gold.
He said for trinkets. Right. Damn.
Yeah, for trinkets, man. They said, they sold out, man. And the thing is,
everyone sold out.
And it's the thing though. That's why at the end of all my live streams, I say I love my people more than they hate themselves. And I pray to the universal creator most out of these words enough to inspire you. These words enough to make you look at yourself in the mirror and make change. These words enough to make you look at your children and know you have to make change. I say that at the end of all my videos because I understand that when I go out here to talk to my people, our people, I know I'm gonna get beat up. I know I'm gonna get they're gonna make fun of you, they're gonna persecute you. But I expect it because they don't understand what I'm talking about. If I come out there with the Quran, they can relate to it. If I come out there with the Bible, they can relate to it. But if I come out here talking this spiritual stuff and saying that, these energies is being used, then they looking at me like I'm crazy. Man, what you talking about? Well, there's a reason why you out there with the gun and you killing your own people, how they used to kill us, and then you got to go in front of that white man and he give you 1,000 years and you can't even see it.
Yep. Facts, man. And you're right. That just show you how we'll crash out for BS, but not for none that'll really change things for the best. And I'm going to pass it to this next brother. What George said was Jews, because you got only a few men doing what need to be done in these other groups. Like, it don't take everybody. It just take a few guys. But like in our community, those few group of guys, that would be the talent, the 10th, your Boule and all that. So yeah, I'll pass the mic. I think Marlon up next too. Salutes to everybody.
Salutes to the chat. Salutes to y'all, George, everybody on the panel.
Appreciate you, Marlon.
I have my my direct ancestor, my father told me I was Native American, and my mother and her family, all that too. So, you know, but growing up in school, they taught you the opposite. They taught you, you know, that you was dragged over here. But I noticed something, you know, because how they move can tell you that, you know, they're hiding something from you, because they digging up Egypt all day, every day. They're over there digging in all them grave sites. They won't touch the ones here. There's more pyramids here that they destroyed. They won't let nobody see them DNA or the peoples that's under there, because that's our ancestors.
That's facts.
The proof is right
That's
there
facts.
in the ground. There's mounds, there's pyramids here, all the way out to South America, down to the bottom.
Yeah.
And there's cities that have millions of people, millions who just, you know, a lot of them died from disease when they came over here. You know, so yeah, they wiped our whole civilization, and then the jungle just grew over it. You know, they done looked at that with that little radar, and they see big cities all lined up under there. You know, but they won't let us go under Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon is a national park. We can't walk through it.
You know what? I'm so glad you brought up Grand Canyon. I think there's way more history in the Grand Canyon than in that we will learn about who we are. Well, I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna be respectful, right? Because that'll be that's my bias of me being indigenous to this land, right? But my whole thing is, as Americans, we learned more about Egypt than the Grand Canyon. Like, that's crazy. When yeah, go ahead, because I heard that they did research and found traces of multiple ancient civilizations in the Grand Canyon alone throughout these intricate hollow cave systems. That's a rumor I've been hearing for a long time, but I'll pass you the mic
I
back.
heard they block you from certain parts of the Grand Canyon, like, so you can only see certain parts, and you can't see
There's the underground system over there.
Yeah, I heard that too.
They found the really ancient Egypt. This is the oldest continents. South America, the Americas were the first and oldest continents to break free from Africa. You know what I'm saying? So that's the scientific description of we broke off first. So we were once connected to Africa. Then it's not a big mystery that we might share the same complexion along the equator, you know, the middle of the travel of the sun, that we're gonna have the same type complexions between here and there. So it's like the continent broke off or separated, just like Africa is separating right now. They got a rift in Africa right now, separated. And the peoples that are on both sides are still going to be there. So if this happened in history, way back when, then when we separated, that meant we were always here. So, and the pyramids, I believe, were not just like, you know, tombs to be burying people in. They had their graveyards in the Valley of the Kings, but the pyramids were energy. That's what I believe. Because they're all over the world.
Can't nobody tell me too, Marlon, that if we connect with our ancestors, we won't be powerful. When the people in power are connecting with our ancestors' knowledge while mocking and then saying they dumb. So look, they ain't connecting with our ancestors on a spiritual level, but they are stealing all of the intellectual property. They about to do the same thing to us too in this time, but they gonna do it with AI and digital tools. How they did it with the ancestors, right? Because all of their patents was carved in stone for the whole world. Wasn't no patent office. Any concept that the ancients found out, they literally carved it in the stone for everybody to know the knowledge of how to do it. They were so open source with their information, which is why most of the world was woke at a certain time. After the invasions, people now is into what I call scientism, which is believing in the experts versus proving things for themselves. So we in the age of Aquarius, like all of the brothers that y'all see coming on here, like what separate people on platforms like this than everyone else is that it's like the spirit of Jesus that challenge the Caesars, the establishment, the authorities, versus the Pharisee, Sadducee type energy where it's go along and get along. So you may find that, like, you know, some things people say may make you uncomfortable, but it's for good over here, trust me. But I'm a yield the flow and let other
And
people
I just
share.
wanted
Yeah,
to say something
Let
really
me
quick to Marlon too.
yeah, for
And
sure.
go ahead.
with the pyramids of what you were saying, which is really important as far as when we look at, of course, any kind of holy place, you're gonna see burials close by. But people don't talk about the frequencies and the sound waves and the healing waves just that come along with it. Waves are so important because that's how we communicate, whether on the computer, through cell phones. And it's just showing that the ancients understood those waves, just like Sanchez was showing with the cell phone and the iPod, that they already had this knowledge of how these frequencies worked and how they utilize them. And we're really just coming on the basics of frequency and what it can do.
Oh yeah,
Oh, for real
that's
though, because
dope, right? And yeah.
most
Hey, you
people
know,
don't know that.
one thing real quick, Marlon, this will be very quick. The reason we don't understand how these waves work, because they told us the ocean don't exist. So people will send a message to their cell phone. They know that something had to travel through something, but they denied the ether in this barbarian's physicist, which is my beef with Billy Carson, NASA, and all that. We can't understand what the enemy know about technology because they making us laugh at our ancestors while they go in a corner and listen to our ancestors and reverse engineer what the ancestors were saying. But yeah, my bad. Go ahead, Marlon. That's facts, though.
Yeah, and also what they do, because like everything, all the elements on Earth have energy. They have memory. They used to use water and sound waves to heal people through the buildings and the structures. The old buildings were, what they had the big organs in them, and they had water coming through. They would go there to heal. They would go there and charge that water with positive energy and just and heal people. That's how today's medicine is, just to treat your symptoms, even though they don't cause most of them. They give you pain medicine, not a cure. And you won't find the cure synthesized. You find the cure in the natural herbs that are on the planet, the minerals and stuff like that. You know, the sea mosses, like Dr. Sebi. That's why they to me, I think, it's just my opinion, he was taken out. But
You know that's a fact, man. Yeah, but go ahead.
so we can't really say it like that, but that's
Yeah.
what I believe. And it's like you can restore your body, but you got to give your body a natural remedies and look for those things that actually do change. You can find them. But I got off track on oh yeah, there was more pyramids in the St. Louis area than you could shake a stick at.
Oh yeah,
They
man.
blew up a lot
Come
of them.
on
They, a
with it.
lot of them they just straight up and
Oh
destroyed them.
yeah. Hey, look.
And the mounds.
I heard about the mounds in I got a cousin that recently moved to St. Louis, and he emailed me about so many pyramids he been seeing. He had a culture shock and shit. So yeah, it's crazy you brought that up. Yeah.
And there's more big pyramids might be in China than there is in Egypt. I mean, big pyramids. You can't even when you look at it, you look at the images, you just see maybe 30 pyramids in
Hey,
one
have
area.
y'all ever heard of
They're all big as hell.
have y'all ever heard of down in Cuba? You know, they found they dated back about 6,000 years. They found a bunch of underwater pyramids down in
Yep.
Cuba, stretching from Cuba to Bermuda. And then they got some going from Cuba all the way to the Yucatan Peninsula. It was a land bridge that people lived on and it sunk. In 2001, Canadian divers found it, and it's all there. They got all these underwater civilizations, and they was trying to connect it to Atlantis, but we can't prove that part. But what we can prove is those stone hinges are there. It's underwater limestone. The Bimini Wall is all there, and it goes from Cuba, all from Trinidad through Cuba, all the way up through Bermuda. And they was that that's when they was trying to understand the Bermuda Triangle, and they found these cities submerged
That's
underground.
right.
That's right.
You know,
Another thing that got on me that y'all touching on is like the biggest hole they got on us is economics. And when they're getting ready to cash in, that's when we should be looking to cash in. Like right now, they're turning the money to digital. When they putting a whole system together right now to go to digital money. They already the first domino done already fell on the penny is gone. They don't make it no more. So now you're gonna be rounding up a nickel, or rounding down to the bottom of the nickel, and then the nickel, because these coins cost more to make than they're worth.
yeah,
So Trump already
That's
cut
how
it off,
inflation happened. Yeah,
and
and
so
see,
now it's going to roll up all the way to the paper money. What I'm saying now is the digital money is going to be the crypto. That's going to become the new money. Only the token's going to be electronic token, actual digital
yeah.
token.
Oh yeah,
And the
it is.
usage, and that's what I was trying to tell you before. Like right now, the main money the main one is called XRP. That is selling for $2 a share, right? And it's like there's another one, XLM, that's selling for 24 cents a share. And this one is going to connect like countries, all that the other countries are already using it. We just now putting it into law right now, the regulation on the crypto to turn it into a currency, a backed currency. And the creator is creating a bank, actual federal bank called Ripple. Ripple is making a federal bank. But I was trying to tell people like, hey, now is the time to buy in, because when it becomes digital, then you'll still have your money. When you'll still have your money, you'll still get your paycheck the same way you always did digitally, but it will be in a coin that is a dollar coin. It won't be in a coin that was made to hold more value like a Bitcoin. The XRP is made to hold value and grow in value, so it has equity. It can grow equity. You can create a
Permission to
profit.
speak. This is where I give thanks and praise to all of the people on the line, the chat, everyone. This is Lord Nigga. I am grateful to be present in the moment with Brother Sanchez, who has enlightened the world into the truth and continues to enlighten the world into the truth. And as we move into this age, you mentioned the Stone Mountain, and that's why I want to begin. I want to stay on topic just for the moment. The Stone Mountain, with its energy and what it consumes, as opposed to all the other monuments that exist throughout the world, with a Stonehenge or perhaps the monuments there you mentioned in Arizona, several. There are many here around the perimeter of the 285 in Atlanta and also in St. Louis. They connect to the Cahokia Mountains. Everyone is speaking very profoundly. So these connections. Right now, we have moved into, you mentioned the age of Aquarius, and I just want to connect a few dots and perhaps interject another thought. Just perception in a sense. And since you have these very soulful beings here, just an interjection of thought. We move into the age of Aquarius. The age of Aquarius deal with the air sign. So those who are right now controlling the air elements such as remote controls, it's the reason why we have Wi-Fi, what the 5G energy projects, the radiation, the projection of thought even. So the frequency of thought of what we inject in soul, our communications were first broken by telephones. The ability to use your telepathy to communicate without using words verbally, but finding the frequency of an individual, such as the remote to your car or your telephone. It's a one digit frequency change or one number or zero or one or something placed slightly different from all the rest. Now, as we come out of Pisces, which was the age of water, so why do the pirates still exist, but they're having trouble now, right? So those who controlled the water controlled the world, controlled the consciousness of thought. So you had a Christopher Christ bringing his cipher onto a land, then inheriting that land with the power of water and ships. You can manipulate anything you want because water does what? Holds memory. But now you have memory coming forth from truth, which cannot be denied in Aquarius because why? He is the water bearer to pour out what is once was that now is. And that exists in the air like rain. But what controls the rain is the wind from the hurricane. So now we come out of Pisces, those who believe in the Jesus energy or such as but to learn grace and mercy for those who did not have a soul. For those who have soul do not need these things. But we move forward regardless of what book or what science or whatever religion or organization that exists. We exist either way, with money, with no money, up, down, sad, happy, all the emotions we choose to bear. And we still exist. We still move forward, whatever the goal is, whatever our purpose is, it still exists. No matter what, no matter how depressed you might get or sad, there's a common energy that exists within spirit that is necessary for the soul. So, what do we get now? You get species. You get species like birds and bees, real quick, and I'm gonna land. The birds and the bees, like there's hawks, there's like pigeons and blue jays and you name it. There's so many different types of birds. Yeah, they're all birds. They all exist within spirit and they all have so much in common, but they have different purposes. We sit here as the owl. You cannot expect the owl to do as the crow, but the crow would say, hey, you have to be like me, do like we do. And there's more crows, so you might feel like, wait a minute, I might need to do what the crows do. But indeed, to all those here, remain an owl, remain the blue jay, remain the pigeon or whatever it is that you are designed to do in soul. Because the ancestors, if you use an ancestor, throw this out there. This is what I'm gonna throw out. If you use an ancestor right now, looking at your people and what we've experienced for those who desire righteousness, your experience on this plane, would you say ancestor, like you the ancestor, how much power do you really have on this side to watch and witness all the
You
tragedies
know,
and trauma,
you know
Well, that's
what's
what I was trying to
yeah,
give people when
manipulation,
you interrupted me was
land?
the power to change their own destination, their own future. And that this is not something that's going to happen again, probably ever. It's going to be the greatest transfer of wealth. That's why they're doing it, that in history. But the people on the sideline going to stay on the sideline. You know, if they don't just sit down, pull out their phone and look into it, pull out there, get on their TV, get on their computer, and look into it. That's all you got to do is look into what the government is doing right now when they're voting on that. Everybody think the big beautiful bill was in the other two that they already done passed, and it's like a couple of days away or one more vote away from sitting on Trump's desk, and he can't wait to sign it. So if you
So
are document,
we need to
he,
do
he
just the
signed
opposite.
he signed a big beautiful bill on the 4th of July when we was popping fireworks, I heard.
yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
but let me say shout out to the legendary Top Cats, man. We got to show some respect to this brother right here, man. Shout out to the legendary Top Cats. Thanks for joining the call for show. Anytime you want the mic, take it, take your time. Thank you for joining and blessing us with your presence, brother.
Appreciate you, bro, Sanchez. I'll let the brother land, and y'all let me know when I can jump in.
All right.
Yeah, all I was trying to get people to do is to just do your homework on it, because it is happening right now. Whereas when this thing goes from two, because they're going to use this type of coin all over the world as legal tender, right? And so you're talking big corporations that don't have to go to an exchange no more. Okay, they can use their same money across border payments. Okay, so it's trillions of dollars going back and forth. So this coin on all of a sudden they're going to grab up all these coins in order to conduct business. Then it's going to create scarcity. If you got a whole bunch of them in your pocket, like a whole bunch of 1943 pennies in your pocket, what they worth now is thousands. So that's like you selling a drug or something. All of a sudden it gets scarce. Now everybody wants it. But that's what's about to happen with all these different currencies. Not everything, like you look on there's a list, a whole bunch of different digital coins that ain't gonna matter. Those are gonna probably be gone by the wayside, and the ones that they're using to put the rails on to do business with, that's the one you get. Right now, if you look into XRP and the other derivatives of XRP, XLM, XDC, all of those, they're signing into law regulations on it.
Hey,
Once
Marlon,
they do that,
let me ask you a quick question, not to cut you off. And this may seem off the subject, but this is something I've been asking you because you be going in with the XRP. I'm going to lock you in now. What you doing next Thursday, like the 17th? Not the 10th, but next Thursday. You don't know? Or you?
I don't have no plans. Let's see, it's not a 17th, ain't no holiday or nothing. No.
I'm going to try to lock you in for the 17th, man, like 5 p.m. with you to do your let's do 4 p.m. for your lecture, man, on XRP and what's happening as far as the digital currency transitioning and all that. That'll give you time to prepare your joint too if you need to do any prepping. Okay, but yeah, still land your plane. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. Time is of the essence, though. That's the whole thing. That's what I would try to get. That's why I keep bringing it up, because I would feel bad if I didn't keep bringing it up, and then I'm good, and then everybody else, all my other people with the opportunity, just didn't get in. You know what I'm saying? It's either you early or you late. That's how stock goes. You know what I'm saying? You get in on that McDonald's when it was $5, now it's $300. You're kind of rich now. And this thing is, I don't know how fast it's going to move once they start the machine. In other words, they setting everything up, but they haven't started the machine yet. Once they sign that bill, they're already done added ETFs and NFTs and all these other derivatives from it. The same way they do stock. They already put all that stuff in order so that when it actually becomes law, they're ready to do business. They've been working on it for years.
Can I give you a little pushback real quick?
Yeah.
If you don't mind. One of the constructs of the digital coin, for my comprehension, the first part of the digital coin started with the dark web. For those who wanted to exchange things quietly, did not permeate the banking system, and they can just trade amongst themselves, whatever they wanted, and no one would even know the difference. We have now moved into public sector into the degree that just like we accept the dollar as a way to pay a bill, we are now moving, and the dollar controlled the whole humanity, because we all had to get a social security number. And we had
What's
to
the
use
dollar backed by? Real quick. What's the dollar backed by?
At one point it was backed by gold, but now it's just digital information in the computer.
No, it's fiat.
Right.
Okay.
It's fiat currency, of
Digit
course.
they tell you when your job give you a paycheck directly to the bank.
Yeah, we got
it.
We can't have my bad job, but we can't have a crypto XRP debate
Yeah, we got to
right
get
now.
back on topic.
But I will dedicate that show. Marlon said I'm locked in for the 14th. When he's done at the beginning of his thing, that we open up the panel for agreements and disagreements, and he ain't ducking none of that either. You know what I'm saying?
No, you just all your smoke. Just
Yeah.
give me all your
just
smoke.
parked.
So
It's not really
appreciate
smoke,
A
it's just-
Marlon for dropping that, man. Maybe we'll come back around to this, but people saying let Top Cat speak. So we gonna pass the mic to the brother. We do got other people on the call, man. We'll bring it back to y'all though. It's no sweat. Oh, hold on a second, Top Cats. Let me do something real quick. Hold on 1 minute. Then we good to go. You got it, Top Cats. Salutes.
All right, peace to everybody on the panel. Peace to the chat. Now I just pulled up, man. I seen the title or whatever. I was there. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I caught it kind of late, but I did want to jump up just in case y'all needed some insight on what actually took place there.
You being actually there, it would be so dope, Top Cats, if you would just kick back, man. Don't worry about the time, and just, man, tell us everything about it. You being there, what it meant to you, what happened, and all that. Like, don't leave us no guesswork, so the conspiracies can go away. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go, you got it.
All right, right on. So, all right, I start from the how it became about, how it became into conversation. So my first show on Bro Rich was the Seminole War. So I was speaking on Indigenous history. So while we was talking about Indigenous history, I was pointing out a few factors that happened in Georgia. So Rich shot the idea at me. Hey, what do you think about doing a hike on Stone Mountain? He was like, he did it before, but he wanted to do a big one. So he know that me and my people in my community, we travel a lot. So we go to a lot of these mounds, pyramids, different things like this. So I'm like, bet. So we started setting up, in the back. Then he came back to me with a date or whatever. So we get there, and I'm trying to meet up with all the Indians, the people that come with me. So Bro Rich and them, they go up first. We get to the top, and it's a lot of elderly people there. One lady was 91. So we helped, the Indians started to help everybody up the mountain. So I got the video, everything. So we missed most of the, as they started. But what I seen though, cause we helped up Pan Africans, we helped up Hebrews. We went asking people what denomination or, school of thought they come from. You feel me? If they needed help, we was there to help. So once we finally get to the top, King Simon came over and told me that I was gonna speak next. Shout out to them, they actually let me speak twice. But when I got there, I keep hearing the meeting of the masters, but I didn't hear them refer to it as that. At first it was Stone Mountain Hike, and then I started coining it the All-Star Weekend. So, they started making that on a lot of flyers, All-Star Weekend. But that was me just, trying to get the people out there. But when we got there, for as us, we standing on indigenous, land, we know we come from here. We got our genealogy. We know the history here, the importance of Stone Mountain to the indigenous people. So that's why we were kind of like ushers of the land and helping everybody up. Now, when I get up to the top, we speak, everybody speak. It was pretty short because we got down the mountain at 11:11. But I say this though, I never seen that many people in one spot, and there was no altercations. People when Malcolm say leave religion at the door and come together, I never seen it before. So it was a lot of people from different schools of thought, but all of that was out the window. You seen a lot of people grounded. You seen a lot of children out there. I raised some kids up the mountain, gave them $20. things like that. But that was from my perspective because, we were helping for an hour and a half while, they were at the top. So finally we get up there. Everybody was kind of short with their speeches. Their speeches on online. Once I got there, the people that I seen, they were kind of short with their speeches. But far as me, and the BCU community, with us understanding how Georgia, period, the role that Georgia played for as Indians and indigenous people. But I also heard that's where the KKK came. That's true. But that was the second revised KKK. The first KKK was created 1865 by and this was Nathan Bedford. These were melanated men. So even the people that's on the mountain, Robert E. Lee wasn't a YT man. He was actually, and I have the sources, his military records tell his description. The president of the Confederate, I can show you the sources right here. Him too, in his family, will also look like us. That's Jefferson Davis. The brains of the Confederacy, a guy named Judah Benjamin. I can show you right now with the sources, everything, that he also looked like us. So I had 5 grandpas fought in the Civil War. They fought on side of the Confederate. They were betrayed by the mixed races who signed over with Albert Pike to the Confederate. They joined the Union, USCTs, United States Colored Troops, and they actually defeated and won the Civil War. But, why did we come? One, we was asked, you know what I'm saying? And it worked out. It ended up working out, you know what I mean? It was no alien talk. Nobody brought up an Anunnaki. You know what I'm saying? I think everybody was just caught up in the moment, really. So, it was more personal thoughts coming out. You know what I'm saying? For what I seen, what I heard when I got up the mountain. Bowing in there. Anybody had any questions or anything?
Salutes to that, and I just want to say that is beautiful. Only thing I was bringing up on my show, Top Cats, was if we want to honor the ancestors, because, for example, I brought up Vicky Dillard. It's a lot of people that was out there, Top Cats, that teach about energy, frequency, cleansing the space. And I'm saying that site, yes, I'm agreeing with you. We on our indigenous land. But that site was desecrated by those 3 white men that you see carved into it. And the original clan could have been our people, right? But they didn't carve themselves into it, which make it that much disrespectful that the original clan was our people. And they didn't even carve their face into it, but the fake clan did. That is another reason why I think if we wanted to honor the ancestors just on a deeper level, because I'm not going to shoot down what you said is not honoring the ancestors. I think what you just told me there, the energy sounds like everyone had a good time. You had kids out there and all that. But I will stay firm on what I think about Billy Carson and them being gatekeepers, Brother Rich being a gatekeeper, and that, yeah, he gave you a voice. And it's easy to give people a voice that don't necessarily have a message that opposes your foundation of everything you've built your career on. So I ain't gonna even put you in the middle of that, right? And I'll also say that's also true to Rod Hayes. My only thing with him was I disagree with Malachi York and a lot of things with that, which I'm not gonna go into, but salutes to him. You know what I'm saying? My whole thing that I want to end with right here is this. I'm going to criticize people in certain positions because I think that's going to move us forward. Now, I understand that a lot of people gathered. It was a beautiful event and all that. But at the end of the day, when you say that our people were the first Klans member, to me, it's like a person saying, well, you know, the first slave owner was a black man. And it's just, it don't make me now link with that person. It make me have more negative energy toward them than the white slave master. Cause it's like, damn, you enslave your own people. Like, at least the white man enslaved somebody else. Like, it don't now make it good once we put a black face on a lot of stuff. And I do think that we do that in a lot of aspects.
That's because a lot of those black Europeans that came over wasn't our people. They wasn't on our side. We was already here. They came over and was with, they was with, you know, they was the ones doing their thing on us, and they still doing it now. They wasn't our friends.
But I do think Top Cats is on the people's side, though. But I just think that, yes, for my bad. Oh yeah, go ahead. I heard you coming in.
Now the answer, Joey, what's up with it,
What's up? What's going on, bro?
Oh man, slow motion. Nah, you know, like you say, a lot of those people that crossed over the Appalachians after the Treaty of 1783, the end of the Civil War, a lot of them that did come into the South, Georgia being the first because that was the British colony, 1733 established. But so you, George, you familiar with the Red Sticks and all this in the 1811? You familiar with these?
Yeah, they was gang warring against what was it, the North and the South.
And it was
they had ones that sided with the president, and they had ones that sided with, you know, with the people.
There you go. And so that caused the civil wars down there. But the Confederacy that was created was already down there. That's why they had their own currency, all of this. And like you said, they did try to cross them out. And that was the reason once Abraham Lincoln took it from contraband and created the United States Colored Troops, that allowed them to switch sides and actually fight against those. But one point I wanted to make for is the slave masters, if we go through from 1810 to 1860 through the slave schedules, we're going to find out that I'm from Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, Virginia, Indian Territory, that's include Arkansas, Oklahoma, that the slave masters have a B by their name. All of them. I can pull the records up right now. So I think in a lot of cases we kind of misinterpret what slavery was, and it was POWs, but that'll be considered at certain points. The Civil War is what actually brought them together when the USCTs was created. So a lot of them didn't trust the people that they had fought against, who ancestors were in the Battle of Fort Mims, Fort Jackson, all of that. You know about that, huh? So after 1830 Indian removal, the people that moved over into those areas, now 1860, the Civil War jumping out, well, they still have bad blood from, you know, generations ago that they having their grandparents who fought in those wars. But I would say this here though, all of the slave masters have B's on their name. They were the plantation owners from Louisiana. LSU history give you have South Carolina black slave owners. Different books who show you that it was actually people that look like us who were the slave owners. But I do want people to look on there, and most of the time you'll see that they have one slave. So in my case in Texas, my 5th grade grandfather, after they migrated from Alabama to Texas, his wife come through, but his wife is considered a slave. So under she's on the slave schedule as his only slave. So you know, I do think we need to really look into what slavery was in every case. It wasn't most times it'll be the family. That's why we hear stories about slaves coming back and living on the plantation that they grew up on. Slave owners leaving land to you know, their slaves in their will, and most of the time it's because this is the family. That's their family.
Hey, Ken, let me ask you a question though, because I agree with that last part you just said, where a lot of us brought our people. But the reason why we had to do that, because a lot of those, from me reading now, even when Juan Garrido and them came over, he came over with the Spanish. Like, we was already here. He didn't come. He wasn't our friend when he got here. He was rolling with the enemy. So like a lot of those black Europeans, they to this day now, like they are nemesis to me from what I'm seeing and what I'm reading. Like they are mortal enemies. I think it's like a difference between like your great great grandfather owning a slave, but this motherfucker coming over from Ireland somewhere, he coming with a whole different agenda than what we had going on here.
Well, not just Ireland, you know, upper northeast, you know, New England. Where you at? Philly, New York. What was New Amsterdam? These places right here are because John Henry Clark even tell you the Southerners bought their slaves from the New Englanders. The New Englanders had the fastest ships. They built the fastest ship. The shipyards was here in the Americas. The domestic slave trade moved from upper northeast, upper New York. It moved through the Great Lakes, Pennsylvania to the Great Lakes, from the Great Lakes to Virginia down to Savannah River, or what they call the West Iowa. That's the Westos, Algonquin speaking nation. Later they'll be known as Cherokee. But then we'll see as the 13 colonies expand after the Revolutionary War, they looked to expand in the Southeast, invading a different country. Because at that time, Georgia was a different country that Jackson invaded. So that's where the mix-up come. That's where the people who weren't us understood they wouldn't. And as the mass migrations, as U.S. expansion happens, you'll see a lot of Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee settlers start to come down as they cross the Cumberland after 1807.
Hey, man, this is some good stuff, bro. Everybody hit the like, share, man. Knowledge is power. Good shit, top cats. Keep it coming, for sure.
So now we over here on a different platform, so I ask you over here. So when does what we see now with the white man being in full effect, and we understand like what was going on with the black codes and all those kind of stuff, like in the late 1800s, when does the white man come into effect where he running everything?
Well, you'll start seeing the power change really after 1877 compromise. That's when they ended Reconstruction. So they took the military out of the South. And at this time, we're now having large migration. The first one to come through the Homestead Act, 1862, and Eastern Europeans started to arrive, but it's not that many. A lot of them got slaughtered in the Civil War. But as we get down to the later period of the 1800s, you have Ellis Island and these different migrations all the way up to 1924, the Integration Act that was signed because of the World War I. So they stopped migrations of YT Europeans over to America. That's 1924, same year the Racial Integrity Act dropped, one drop of blood rule. But now as these people came through Ellis Island, it's 12.5 million. Y'all check out the records. They said 12.5 million Africans came. But they know for sure they can document 12.5 million YT Europeans coming here in the 20th century. Well, at the end of the close of it, you have places like Wilmington, North Carolina, which, you know what I'm saying, we ran. It's a good documentary on it when they did the massacre in Wilmington, North Carolina, 1898. At that time, we were taking care of poor YT people in the South. They were Republican. The Democrats are the one bringing over the migrations. Even the first time, Hebrew Aid Society, different fractions like this. Later, you start getting the first labor convention, 1869. That's these guys coming from the north saying, hey, since y'all know how to work the land down here, y'all work for me. Now, in the late 20th century, the top of the 20th century, you had these labor movements, these unions. Now you have these YT people who you train. Now they're being put in position as your boss to remove people that look like us out of those positions, powerful positions. National Archives, Daniel Murray, that's a great example. The guy he trained took his.
If we go, is there any where when they start removing us out of positions? What battles was there? Any battles that was fought?
Well, you had situations like we brought up the Klan earlier. So you had white shirts, red shirts, white lead. These all served as, because we got to remember the Klan, Pulaski, Tennessee, it was created to stop voters from coming to vote because they didn't have the numbers to outvote the indigenous population down there because they're coming from the north. So that's why the Klan, the White League, the Red Shirts, these different fractions were created. So these would be the people that would go out, in different towns or whatever, and try to invoke this fear in them for them not to vote, or they'll put in reading or all of these different stipulations on for you to vote. You feel me? Even like in Mississippi, you had to pay, you had to pass a reading and writing test, things like this. So at the end, like I said, Daniel Murray worked for the National Archives. He got the YT man he ended up taking his job and they demoted him. So he went back and wrote a book about all of the people that look like us that bred into YT people to hide their crimes and their wealth. So a lot of them changed their surnames and the wealth went to the YT family. The favorite example I like to give is Colonel John McKee. I'll look him up. Colonel John McKee, Omo Land. He was even up there in Philly, Uncle George. Colonel John McKee was the richest man in the U.S. when he died in 1901. He fought in the Civil War. His grandson created the boule. All right, now his grandson had a son named Theophilus, and he lived his life as a YT man for 40 years. So he was the last living survivor in the family, and the men in black came to him on his deathbed and asked him, "Are you a Negro?" Because he got all these Wall Street friends and political people. But he had YT kids, married a YT lady, and he had been living his life like this. And in order for him to get that inheritance, well, long story short, he passed. The inheritance go to the YT people. Well, the people that look like us, North Carolina and these different states, they in the ghettos. When they family owns the richest, was the richest man. Arlington Cemetery was their land. He got a lot of land from Southerners through the Great Migration, trading places for them to stay up in Philadelphia and things like this. He owned coal mines in Tennessee.
Hey, let me ask you, because when we had conversations years ago, right? And when you start teaching, I start really like looking into some of the information myself, right? Because I used to always tell you, man, I don't know what the hell you talking about, man. Man, they ain't no,
Right.
they ain't no goddamn black folks. But I'm gonna tell you what I did. I took Bass Reeves and I asked myself a question. He born in 1838. He gets his badge in 1875. And they say that he has all these arrests all throughout the Southwest and cowboy land, right? And I'm saying, how is he arresting white men when black men wasn't allowed to arrest white men based off of the way we taught in school, right? How was he able to do this, right? But then I looked at the term cowboy, and when you look at cowboys and Indians, they all white, right? But the cowboy term was a derogatory term that whites used to call us cowboys. So now what happened was I syncretized and I transposed. Wait a minute. So if everything I was taught that all these cowboy movies is white, but the original cowboys is black, so all these people playing in this role had to be black people. Because it's clear as day a cowboy was a derogatory term for a black man.
Well, I wouldn't say that. YT men would call cow hens. The first cow hens come out of the area of Houston, Texas, 1855 newspaper article. First cowboys, they were freed slaves. The YT man was the cow hen. He knew nothing about it. That's why at the military school here, they have a 1,100 pound statue of celebrating the Buffalo Soldiers who taught white cadets for 110 years how to ride horseback. And so, we were the cowboys.
Because I was reading where they said the white ranchers used to refer to at one point they was calling us a boy, but then they started referring to us as like the cowman or cowboy. But
we
had
more money. Yeah, we had more money. We had more money, more land. We were superior to them.
But that's what I'm saying. Think about it though. I'm going by from a Pan-African teaching, right? The way that they taught us.
Okay.
I'm watching this and I'm saying, wait a minute, all the cowboys is white. You told me the Lone Ranger was Bass Reed, he was white. But then I go do the studies and I found out that he was black, and the term cowboy was referred to a black person. So now when I'm looking at everything you showed me, you spray painted them white. So in that land, all throughout the West and the Southwest, all these cowboys running around lasting shit was black people.
Yeah, well, Willie Rogers and all those boys. You got you got the cow. I'm from Texas, so that rodeo culture from down here, that cattle drive. The cattle drives came down here up to the Midwest. We took it up to Kansas. That's why that Missouri, the cattle boom. But we were the riders. We were the ones, the Chisholm Trail. We the ones brought up the cattle through the Chisholm Trail, took them all the way up. We knew the routes. The rodeos, Pecos, Texas. You know what I'm saying? This is where a lot of this is created. But you also had Fort Concho, things like this here. That's for the Buffalo Soldiers. You had Brackenville, Texas. That's the Seminole Scouts that came from Florida, relocated to Texas because slavery was outlawed here. You had Nacimiento. You had Nacimiento, Mexico, which sits on the border, which we ran. This is what John Horst, the famous Seminole, they ended up going down to relocating. So
hey, Tomcat, I think you're smoking gun in your next debate or battle is when you debating somebody in the Pan-African or pro-black studies is based off of the teachings. If we was all these things was happening to us in the South, how did Bass Reeves amass 3,000 arrests? I need an explanation for that.
And how did he know all those languages? He was a trapper.
Yeah, without getting kidnapped and killed.
Yeah, because he knew the people. He was amongst the people.
But they would have to explain that though from a Pan-African perspective, because that goes directly against the teachers.
I'll show you an example, right? So, like, you live in a crime-infested neighborhood. Police have our gang units or whatever. The cops, they patrol the area that you live in. They're gonna know your name.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know where you live at, your grandma or something. So if you run from me today and I don't catch you today, it don't matter. I'm gonna catch you because I know where you live at. I know your people know. So this how Bass Reed was able to, catch a lot of people because he spoke multiple languages. He knew the people in these different villages that he was going to, these different towns. A lot of them was freedmen towns created after the Civil War. Bowie, Oklahoma.
I wonder why he was drawing his gun on white men and possibly having to smack a couple of them up, and he wasn't hung from it. See, they gave me that Turner ran and got hung, but Bass Reeves locked up 3,000 white men, and he still lived.
But at the same time, that white could have been free Negroes, landowners, Louisiana. Yeah. So you had a Council of 300 that came to Texas 1822 under Moses Austin. Now, he got a Spanish grant from the Spanish, but you had to be Catholic and speak Spanish. So he got a lot of people out of Louisiana to come with him. Then he brought the Kentucky and Tennessee, and all of those people came down. But they were the Council of 300. And this is how slavery even going to get down there. But they had trackers, Fort Gibson, things like this here, as they were moving from Georgia, crossing the west of the Mississippi. That was Indian territory, no man's land, lawless. You can't call the law. There ain't no law. The law was, it was out of their jurisdiction. So, yeah, they did use the Indians as scouts because they knew the land and they were interpreters and they were trackers.
Hey, he said, hold on. So you telling me Deadwood Dick was black?
All of them.
Come on, man.
It's a video. It's a video, right? And the guy on there, he say, the history of the cowboy has been whitewashed. He said, well, in early 1920s, a lot of white people didn't want to see a movie with a black cowboy or anything. So that's when they brought in Will Rogers and all of them. But you have the old heads down here talk about the rodeos. They say there are circles around them.
Can I ask you a question? Did we do the same thing as far as what the modern cowboys do today, as far as like eat cheese, drink cow milk instead of breast milk and all that. When we herded the cows, did we make like a dairy industry, like sort of the first farmers before they did it or whatever? I was just curious about it.
Yeah, far as the food culture, we not too far out of it. I think you out the SIP, so they still eat raccoon, possum, turtle soup, snake, squirrel sandwiches, but I say cause like my aunt, we coming up, our land been in Texas since 1837. We've been having this land, so we Miami, they kill the cattle and we cooked it fresh. So far as the milk, I really can't say. I really can't call that where they got the milk from. But yeah, we far as hog and all that, we're gonna smoke it underground 3-4 days, different type of thing like that. But you from the
So,
ship,
oh yeah, we
Peace,
still,
legendary top hats.
yeah,
Oh, I had a question about the whitewashing.
Those are growers.
yeah, legendary top cats. We still smoke them hogs today in the South, man.
Yeah.
Embarrassed. But I stopped eating that shit though. But yeah, let Dulcinea go ahead, go.
So when we look at Stone Mountain and we see that second KKK that met up in 1915, was it their plan to whitewash it in 1915, or did whitewashing take place all the way to when they finished in 1972 to transform them from looking like us to looking like white men?
Yeah, because I think it was I don't think that's the original version. But we know the birth of a nation birthed a new clan, but it's the time that the Europeans are arriving here, the YTs arriving through Ellis Island in these different ports. So that version of the clan is gonna be through brotherhood masonry. They put them out front, just like the Wizard of Oz. They put them out front, and they was able to operate in the back. It's the Black Hand. If that was the answer to your question, but yeah, I do think those are revised versions of the originals. But you also had the Daughters of the Confederacy, who were funded by different philanthropists to change the narrative of what actually happened in the Civil War, and we do get a lot of whitewashing out of that.
Copcat, man, enough respect to you, man. Much love to everything what you do. I got a quick question, man. As an indigenous being from Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, can you elaborate a little bit on the Louisiana Purchase and the whole history behind nobody crossing the Mississippi before 1800?
Well, yeah, one of the best navies down there, as far as down on the Mississippi at the bottom. You had the Gulf down there, and you had a confederacy that stretched from the Yucatan, Galveston, New Orleans, Mobile, Florida, Cuba, all in different triangle trades. Plus, they were protected by the water. You can't go too far off, and you can't sail. It's only certain directions you can sail into because the waves are so heavy. But far as what was the beginning? You said Black Wall Street. What about it?
About no, really going into the Louisiana Purchase and how like what you was just talking about, how the Navy and how the Mississippi was like.
Well, hold on. Before you go into that Louisiana purchase real quick, I don't want to get too far off track as far as the whole Stone Mountain. Yeah, gather real quick. So check this out right here. The point of the whole debate between me and Dulcie, because Top Cats was there right at the gathering. He painted a good picture of what went on. You know what I'm saying? That shed a lot of more light what we can add to me and Dulcinea's exchange. So my whole point was what you can take away from what I said about the Stone Mountain gathering was the next phase of honoring our ancestors is restoring that rock back to its beauty. Because to me, it got a stain on it, is what I was saying.
Yeah, I think you know, like when I travel a lot, so a lot of these places that I go that are ours, even if you know I'm down in Mexico City at the Anthropology Museum and the Aztec and all these people, they had a real they had a real effigies of them up, and they look like us, and they not hiding it. But you have to go there to see it. So a lot of these places, even when I go to Teotihuacan, the land of the gods, Pyramid of the Sun,
Did you
and
go to
it's
Chichen Itza? You went to
man,
Chichen Itza?
we did two group tours to Chichen Itza.
Yeah, I've been
With
there like 3
yeah,
times.
yeah, I've been like 5 times, and we did two group trips, over 20 people. But you know, just these different places. When I go there, though, it's a lot of Asians, a lot of Europeans, people coming all the way from Europe, and it's not us because you know we've been taught to not look at America as our land. You know what I'm saying? Our brains and focus been taken off what's under our feet and took us overseas to a place that you know, if we ain't never been, we can't even imagine. But the infrastructure here that we have is the greatest in the world. So, you know, along with the military, which was created through the Southeast Indians as the Union clashed with them in the Civil War. And once that Union, they made them a deal, and it became what is known in history as the Buffalo Soldiers. They fought all the way up to World War II, Korean War, you know, so on. So a lot of these wars and battles, we were the military. But yeah, that what I say to that right there.
Hey,
But
Top,
yo,
big what you just said, right? With that, and what Sanchez said when you know he was had to sit down for the debate with the female. When you look at somebody like a John Ford, right? You know who John Ford is, right?
right.
And he was the one like that was whitewashing those Westerners and all that kind of stuff. Like, how do you feel about somebody like that, right? Number one, number two. My real question is, how the f does he get away with that so long? Where the hell is all the black scholars at? Nobody said anything.
Well, a lot of them were compromised. A lot of them worked for these philanthropists. So that's the thing, you know, like you can't name one that didn't work alongside the philanthropists or the people with this agenda. We see in the American Colonization Society when that went left, they brought in Henry Highland Garnett to create instead of the American Colonization Society, he created the African Colonization Society. Same purpose, and now they're just putting the black face and putting the money up for it. In Philadelphia, when St. George moved Richard Allen and Absalom out, they created the AME Church when they had a choice to practice African religion or whatever religion they want. They said Methodist was the best to serve their people. So, and they worked, and they were funded by the Religious Society of Friends, which was the Quakers, their secret society. So, which you know led the American Colonization Society to have their own company in these different companies that they own in the West Indies in this trade that went to Africa. So yeah, all the way up to the 20th century. If it's not Marcus Garvey, you know, working with Paul
Yeah,
uh and these others, you feel me? All the way down to uh Negro, what's that? National Negro Carter G. Woodson. Carter G. Woodson said the foot with Carnegie and Rockefeller. Rockefeller them took money from him because he wanted to do what he wanted to do. So
right.
they took the funding, and then later he came back to the table when he got in line. They gave him the funding back.
But,
Same goes for W. Du Bois in the crisis.
yeah, but let me ask you. Let me ask you. And yeah, I know y'all hear me cutting them off, but me and Top, we talk like, yeah, we do this like a lot. But I be asking questions because, and the reason why I'm asking so many questions is because I think it's important. Like what you just broke everything down, but I done heard a whole bunch of speakers in my 49 years of living, right? When I first heard Bass Reeves was black, I never heard none of these black scholars come out and criticize John Ford for none of them did. Not even the Black Revolutionary guys, not even the Black Panther dudes. None of them came out and said, I heard Malcolm X talk about whitewashing, but I think that for us not to understand and know that somebody like Bass Reeves, which they gave us the Long Ranger, was a black man, but they whitewashed him with this guy John Ford. For us not to know that kind of stuff, that's real significant. Because that's why I asked the question, like, how did this black man arrest these? Was down there? I know he was arresting everybody, but how was he arresting white men in 1910? That's real significant because they told us that if you even looked at a white man, you can get hung, but not this black man.
Nah, the issue between blacks and whites didn't start to the 20th century. That's when you start seeing a lot of black towns being burnt, and that's because the creation of the union. So we see the strikes where they say, we gonna work for $1.75 a day, $2.25 if you gonna. I think it was $1.25 if you feed us, $1.75, $2.25 if we had to bring our own lunch. And these were, and so I take East St. Louis for example. The riot that happened in East St. Louis, where they burnt it down. Well, that was over labor. That was over YT people getting the cheaper labor, over us. That's how the Italians and all of that, the mafia controlled the ports down in, on the port cities in the bureaus down in New York and different fractions. So everybody set up in gear to go, to basically push us out. But that started there, the Red Summer, while these sanctuaries were burnt down, these black towns. And then you had W. Du Bois coming through Tulsa 2 months before it burnt down, and with an organization called the Black Brotherhood, by a guy named Cecil coming out of the islands, which was a Pan-African group. And he had a YT daddy, but they all, they on assignment. They're working for people with an agenda, working with him. Booker T was on the Rosenwald. W. Du Bois was on
Who funded Henry Minton?
We got a long history of sellouts, boy.
Yeah, who funded Henry Minton here in Philly in 1896? Who was funding him in Du Bois?
Joel Springham, the guy that created the NAACP, because they gonna come out of the Niagara movement, and then a lot of them gonna come down into the NAACP.
Yeah, but they started that first fraternity here in 1896, and I was wondering like who was behind that right here at University of Penn. So I know there's some white folks behind it.
Right. Now, okay, well, George Minton, that's the Boule nigga, right?
Yeah.
So he's talking about his grandpa.
Henry
Minton. Situation. Yeah, Henry. So they didn't have to fund him. His grandfather was the richest man in America, 1901. Pull him up. Colonel John McKee, richest man in the U.S. Minton, that's Minton grandpa. His son, Theophilus, lived his life as a YT man, married a YT lady, had kids, and all the wealth that was left, and he owned damn near the whole Eastern Seaboard. But all of that, even Arlington Cemetery, was his land. But Minton, that's Minton family. He didn't have to be funded through organization, but they were Masons though.
And I would say this too, man, before we move forward. All of this technology that we see the people with in power, that was stolen from our ancestors as well. So when Top Cat's breaking down to you the status that we once had, when you trace our power on this land all the way back, it's because that was advanced technology that we already had. This history of us being from slave ships and everything evolving from a primitive state and all that. I think in the near past, this was a technological utopia right here that they deleted. It's a lot of history they ain't been told. Like a lot of things we think are new today was already here. So if we was already at the top, that meant how did the wealth transition? How did they take it back? And I think it's because knowledge was the power. Knowledge was the power. Like a lot of these castles and temples and big ass architecture that we see, complex architecture on this land, the people in here that's in power, they didn't build none of that shit. If you look at what they was building when they got here, it was wooden shacks. But in the background, there were castles and big ass stone monuments. So I'm saying all of that history of carving stone with electrical tools, like we were very advanced going all the way back, but I think a lot of our people ain't ready for that part of like going to seeing that even technology, electricity, all that existed at some point with our people, and it go back further than we think.
Gentlemen, can I interject right here real quick on the same subject? I'm looking at the collapse of, like, we looking at these religions, like they all collapse. We know we're not Israel, so all of the 12 tribes don't exist. So what are the tribes? So if you break down the content of who was ruling last was the water tribe. So that would have been your Moors, your Somalians. They ruled the water during Pisces. Prior to that, you had the fire tribe, that would be Africa. Prior to that, you got an earth tribe, that would be South America. We're North America, so we're the air tribe. Right now, we rule the air. We've always ruled the air. We take all the elements. That's why we're the alchemists. That's why we on the radio. That's why we have thoughts. That's why we have dreams. We do. Everybody want the American dream. I'm on you with Sanchez. Like,
You know,
this is the land of the
I got,
enchanted. This is
hey Lord nigga, watch this. I got a
Garden of
I got a theory, right? At some point in America, right, there's a river that run from East Coast to West. These river systems connect and run from east to west in America. I believe they had huge hydroelectric wells that was taking advantage of that current to have electricity back in the day. That was the age of Tartaria. There was so many ages written out of history. People had electricity, man, advanced skyscrapers. We talking going back hundreds of years, because when we look at the pyramids on all of these skylines, you got to think, what was the surrounding cities that was surrounding those magnificent structures?
Right. Because a lot of people did pilgrimage there. They would come from all over to go to these certain places. So even like Stone Mountain, it wasn't destinated to one tribe. Everybody that's in the area had to come. So that's where they handled the fast, whether it was commerce, business, military, fallouts. When they call the order and everybody got to meet, this is where everybody gonna meet at. That was the intention for it back then. Along with like Sanchez speaking about these free energy centers. You ever went into the history of the fairs?
What was it? Say one more time.
The world fairs.
Oh yeah, man. That part of that they call that the Tartarian out. They talk about in the age of Tartar. Yeah, go into that. I've heard about these. This is gonna get deep right here.
Yeah, so this I just say this here. So a lot of those energy centers do exist around the world, as we see pyramids, mounds, all these type of structures. They do exist around the world, but you also had some kinds of world fairs in the 1800s. They started doing it, but they would always say that they'll build a building for it. For example, the most famous structure in Paris is the Eiffel Tower, but the Eiffel Tower was created during the World Fair. Very recent, it's not ancient. So you take San Francisco, St. Louis, Chicago, they had world fairs in these different areas where they would present a lot of this technology that they had that a lot of people didn't have. So they also built cities, villages, to show you how other cultures lived around the world. So after 1898 to 1902, the Spanish-American War, they brought over Filipinos. These Filipinos were put on the World Fair in these villages, but they were passed off as Seminoles, Native Americans, different things of this. So it's a good book called in boarding schools, playing Native American Filipinos to Native Americans. So it talk about the Filipinos that came here and put in these different villages. They had African villages. They had what they call Oriental back then, which would be Asian. Obama wrote that out a lot in 2011 when he wrote Negro at Oriental. But yeah, he got some of the photos up right here. This is actually how these places look, and this was 1800s. Well, the date up there, my bad, I ain't even see that. So yeah.
It's crazy because
they're already there though. Those buildings, they weren't built for the World's Fair. They were there and they had a World's Fair, but them buildings was already there. They couldn't
Yes,
build them buildings today.
what I'm saying is that they mocked it. So the Eiffel Tower, well, the first one wasn't in Paris. You know, they actually did build that new one. That's a newer model, but the original version wasn't there. It was here. But yeah, I do agree. Those buildings were there, like San Francisco. Even down in the south, you have the Winds doors. That's one of the largest plantation down there. But if you look at it, it's like you're in Greece because of the columns and everything standing.
But another one too is Coney Island. My bad though.
Yeah, Coney Island, all up in that New England area right there. Yeah.
And you know what's crazy? I believe that the theory, like there's a theory that a lot of these skyscrapers, pyramid, like the Eiffel Tower, that they was docking ancient airships or what they call blimps today on these things. And you know they got pictures of people getting off these things. They can go right into the top of the building and go down with a stairway that detach. What y'all think about that, man? You know what I'm saying? This will change what we think about the Wright brothers, which will show that's another deception or whatever. This goes deep, you know.
Those airships were around for a long time. That's what I believe. Them airships was used for a long time. They tried to get rid of them. The way they got rid of them is crashing the Hindenburg. It made everybody scared of them.
And remember at that World Fair, that Top Cats was saying how they display technology there, and they would also do stuff like they would shit on their competitors' technology, because I think old boy, he had killed the elephant at a fair to show that Tesla's way of electricity was dangerous or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
at these world fairs, it was kind of like a meeting of all these different technological ideas and all that, which is a whole nother part of history that they don't want to
and all of them was part of those
bring
secret
up.
societies that had that knowledge that kept
Right.
everybody.
Right.
It was all part of those groups that because the thing is, I think it's real arrogant.
Salute to the panel, bro.
I think
man. I love everybody, man. Peace out, bro.
I think it's real arrogant for humans to believe that we're in the time that we're in now, and the only technology we got is today's time, when every day they're digging and they're finding marvels that they can't even understand how it even stood or how it got there or how they even built it. Like literally, like that's why when I brought up the trench that they found that go from Cuba all the way to Bermuda, all the way to the Yucatan Peninsula, and these were Stonehenges that's underwater that they dating back 6,000 years. Like they don't even understand or even know how that how it got underwater or anything. But we go and say, oh man, all that's pseudo. Like the stuff that we talk about over here and what Top Cats talk about, the conventional teaching is pseudo. And I just be laughing at this stuff like we don't know what we talking about. But
I was going to ask you that, George. Are they saying that it's man-made, like Lake Lanier, where it's underwater, or is it just
it's limestone hinges that's underground that they can see the sunk. So if you look up the Bimini, what is it called again? I'm scared, it's escaping me. It's in right off the coast of Cuba, and
Bermuda.
Yeah,
Bermuda Triangle.
Huh?
Bermuda Triangle.
No. This is the hold on. I'm gonna pull up the name of it back up again because I pulled it down.
You got a Stonehenge in New England. You also got one in Texas. You got Stonehenge. I think they call it Stonehenge 2 down in Texas. So yeah, you got a lot of those. Texas had a large state building, so some of those buildings that Sanchez showing on here, a lot of the state buildings are these free energy centers that come out of the totalitarian empire. So when you go to the East Coast and you see all these buildings from Washington, DC, Ohio, New York, New England, all these different buildings, these old schools, Harvard, Yale, all of these schools they talk about, they're built in.
It's called the Bimini Road. The Bimini Road.
All the buildings, Some old school buildings are connected underground too. They got tunnels that go, a tunnel system that goes for miles, hundreds of miles through all of it.
Yep.
All them buildings like that are old school buildings.
Yeah.
And the churches got necropolis underneath them. So
Hey,
there was a massive die off of humanity, and they're
That's
all under
facts,
there
Mark.
where they
Yeah.
the bones, and they have put the bones in symmetric patterns and stuff. Just bones, like
hey, Top Cat.
millions of people.
I meant
Yeah,
to,
that's
I meant
facts
to ask
right
you
there,
this.
though.
Yeah, I meant to ask you this too. Antonio Maceo out of Cuba, right? When a lot of the Black Europeans was coming down and coming into the Caribbean, was you able to link his family because he was fighting against the Spaniards until he got assassinated? But his mother is her. She's the mother of Cuba, and she's Black. But Antonio Maceo, they were Black. The Maceo family, they were fighting. You know, they was leading the war. Way before Castro and Che and all them. It was Antonio. But was you able to link his family to any Black Europeans?
Nah, it's gonna be a mix. It's gonna be a mixture. So, Florida and Cuba was like, like this. I mean, it's 90 miles away. But yeah, that was the connection. A lot of them went to over to the Bahamas. A lot of them made it to Florida regions, and a lot of them even came up through Mobile in Louisiana.
Yeah, because he took them Spaniards to war, man. When they was coming in trying to take the land, like he fought till he died.
Yeah, he was a soldier. Yeah, shout out to him. Chicago Fair, 1893.
Yeah. And they spray painted him white too.
Yeah, they did.
Whitewashed a lot of history, man.
Appreciate you, Sanchez. Appreciate y'all on the panel. Appreciate y'all in the chat. I'm finna jump out. We're getting a little late for me.
I gotta get up out of here on my end as well, man. This turned out to be a classic. Everybody that joined, I want to thank y'all. Salutes to you, Top Cats, anytime. To George Macon, to the sister Dulcinea, to everybody. Marlon, appreciate you, man. We gonna set that up. Yeah, to everybody, if y'all want to set something up with me, email me. I'm approachable. Salutes to the chat. And yeah, man, we up out of here. Salutes.
And thank you so much for having this conversation. It was really a wonderful conversation to have. Thank you so much for your time and everybody that came up today. Thank you, guys.
Oh, appreciate that, sister. You welcome, and thank you as well. It's always a pleasure. We out, y'all. We'll see y'all on the next one, because there will be a next one. Salutes. And let me just, before we just shut the stream down completely, let me read the super chats. I wanted to keep the flow of the show going for y'all, so I wanted to read these at the end. I hope y'all don't mind. Shout out to Witcher Official for becoming a member of the channel. I really appreciate y'all for joining the channel. Shout out to Christian Swiltech and who else joined? Wild Hero became a member today. Appreciate the love, y'all. And appreciate Awakening Minds once again for donating. He says stone, a smaller piece of rock, in this case a gathering, is showing leaders of this master meeting follow a bigger picture of Freemasons' agenda. That's a way that I was looking at it, because I ain't gonna lie, at the end of the day, I'm gonna stand how I stand on your boy BC. But he said, upholding the two pillars of lies and chaos, pillars of stones, Boaz and Joachim, keep your foot on their necks, spot on. Shout out to Awakening Minds, man. Shout out to Witcher Official. He said, the Ku Klux Klan is an U.S. offshoot of the Knights Templar, Knights of Malta, Jesuit orders, all know to practice secret blood rites and sacrifices. Hey, man, you know what? That really right there resonates. Shout out to Truth Be Told. He said, peace, Dulcinea, we standing with you, flat power. That is big facts. We standing with the sister Dulcinea. It was a good bill as well. Shout out to Charlie Thomas. And to a Witcher Official once again, he said they are initiate sellouts. You know that. You know, and that's another discussion we gotta have. Like, and I'm glad that certain people are willing to sit down. They ain't gonna shy away from it. Gotta have respect for them. Shout out to Marlon Wells. He said, "Fact, Sanchez, Freemasons are the guards at the gates of truth. So you must accept or consent to religious control to get in. Keep the fire going." Appreciate that, my brother Marlon. Appreciate your continued support. Shout out to Marty. Thank you, Marty, once again for your donation and also for being a member of this channel. And Marlon Wells sent in another super chat. It says, they actually proved the earth is stationary when they made the Georgia Guidestones, so they had to destroy them. That is a big fact. I touched on that when they destroyed them. I need to do a whole nother video on that and resurrect that, because that is a big fact. Like, to me, that is one of the main reasons they destroyed them, if not the main reason. Shout out to Aaron Blue for the super chat. Says, much love right back to you. Appreciate y'all. And shout out to Witcher Official once again. He said, wanna be serious, buy crypto and plan for phase 2. That's right. Shout out to Jay Scaramella. Flat Earth is the gatekeeper's biggest fear. They know their time is up. That's just big facts right there. Shout out to the brother Chill Will. Salutes to the bill. Much love, fam. Appreciate that. Much love and respect, Chill Will. Peace and much love, y'all. Be safe.